Microphone check. Let me add the Zoom link while I'm at it. Okay. Let me see. Do I want to do that here? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, my phone bugging out. Yeah, my phone just click maze, waves, whatever it's called. I'm trying to do something real quickly. I got a coworker who's a content creator. I'm more of a, I forgot what's the difference. I'm more of a live streamer. He's more of a content creator. So we be bouncing, he Latino, we be bouncing ideas off each other. Uh, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm just trying to get the background together. All right, hold on. I okay, come on. What are we doing? I'm like multitasking right now. Here we are. All right, I'm just gonna add my thumbnail. Anyway, I've been bouncing ideas off my coworker. He's more like into gaming, but he's really good on like AI and like using that to help his channel grow. Because for him, he peace to young Riaz, yeah, and songwriter Sonny. Yeah, so to him, it's all about video editing, all that stuff. For me, it's not. I'm just a live streamer, just live content. But I do want to get into like the stream the content creation as well because he showed me his channel. His channel is lit. So I'm like, you know what? Let me start to like edge toward that way as well. You dig? Okay. Anyway, so let me just add the thumbnail. I made a dope little catchy thumbnail. Any can I add it? So the issue is that the issue is that I am using my phone hotspot to on my laptop, so it's taking a little lengthy. Okay, but give it a second. Then we're gonna couple seconds and it's gonna load up. Then we're gonna invite the TikTokers. I like them. They be crashing out. All right, okay, so everything's good. Everything's a go. But y'all see how I disarmed the Haitian man yesterday? He called in with the smoke. I was like, ho, 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 ho. I disarmed him so fast. Now I could have let it go left, but sometimes I like to do that. I like to play mind games. I'm a chess teacher, so I like to control people. Like he called out, ready to chimp out. I disarmed him so well. My man, I de-escalated that so fast. He was like, he left in peace. He came with war and he left in peace. Like, all right, he called me brother, all type of stuff. That was sometimes I just like doing that. Like, oh brother, let me de-escalate this. All right, so let's get the TikTokers in, and we shall begin. But I got the thumbnail there, so it should be kind of catchy. This live should be kind of catchy. I got the thumbnail there. It's my first time putting myself in a thumbnail because I see him doing this. It look fly. So I'm like, you know what? Let me put myself. Let me put my picture in a thumbnail. Let's see what AI can do with it. I think we're ready. I think we're ready. All right. Yeah, the thumbnail look kind of fly. Buck horse. All right. Let's go here with it. That's the link there. Couldn't connect, please. Oh, wait. All right. So we're ready. You have jewels to redeem on us. Use them. Okay. Okay. All right. We're here. Yeah, so earlier I played the bronze guy, the guy who called in to Tariq Nasheed podcast, his live stream and said, hey man, he said we need to get rid of black. Now, like a lot of like I'm proposing Blax, Blax, because everybody know I'm like a guru on the word black. Like when it's applied to us, when it's applied to us, like I know the etymology, I know the context, I know the endonym, all that stuff. You dig? I know the history of the word, how we used it. So when I propose something, I'm well informed when I propose something. You dig? But when a bronze guy say, "Hey man, we should call ourselves bronze and not black," he's not informed at all. And to make his point, he had to get Tariq Nasheed to agree that black is a racialized word, and Tariq Nasheed did do that. And the other guy who had an issue with black, and I forgot what he proposed, but he also had Tariq Nasheed concede that black was a racialized word. I'm like, wow. I'm like, yeah, Tariq got to tap in as soon as possible. As soon as possible, you know. Yeah, and maybe that's why he allows them to say they're black so often. And by so like there's so much to like to unpack on the word black because not only is it not just a racial word, right? Uh, Even if you use it as a racial word, it's a racial word is not there to identify you. It's to categorize you. It's not there to identify you. It's to categorize you. That's it. You're part of this category in Western and some Western influenced countries. That's it. So once again, it's there to categorize you. It's not there to identify you. You're still Jamaican, Nigerian, Haitian. And that's what I mean when I say they're not black. You're grouped up as black, but you're grouped up in a group named black, but your identity isn't black. Your identity is still your identity coming into that racialized group. And who is grouping you anyway? Who are you giving the power to just say you're no longer this, you're now this? So if white people change, because that group went from Negro to black, that racialized group went from Negro to black. All right, now what if they name it Gorilla? Are you now Gorilla? Are you whatever? White people, yeah, we got to stop with that. My God, why TikTok go out their way to restrict me every live? So anyway, so the question is, are you now Gorilla? Like, I just don't understand. Like, yeah, white people don't have the power to name you. Like, yo, it's 2026. This isn't 1526. This isn't 1626. This isn't 1726. This isn't 1826. It's not even 1926. Like, why are you guys like giving this? We're in the age of AI. Why are you letting white people still rename you? That's like you don't know empowerment comes with you naming yourself. Anyway, the word neogilism, like neogilism. Get used to that. Just like you had to get used to ethnonym, endonym, exonym. Get used to neogilism, right? So Blax, Blax, is a neologism word. It's a brand new word that I made up and coined and gave a definition. And the definition is just describing the lineage, right? It's the same definition as FBA, ADOS, Freedman, Solon. It's just describing the people of the lineage. If your lineage goes back to this country, plantation slavery. If you or an ancestor, most likely an ancestor of yours, have experienced chattel slavery, then you is who I'm identifying, not categorizing. You are who I am identifying as Blax, Blax. Now, somebody from the a lot of people feeling it. So let me they understand like why it's necessary. But I have like again, like if you choose FBA, Freedman, Adolf, Solon, okay, you could choose Black American or African American. If you're from the lineage, you're from the lineage. You can't change that. Words change, lineage doesn't. All right. Your ethnogenesis doesn't. It is what it is. It's already set. Okay. So Blacks, I homophonically, purposely wanted it to sound like Blacks. and I wanted to like the little play on words thing where we're saying Blacks, but we ain't meaning Blacks. And when I'm saying Blacks, Blax, we're not meaning Blacks in the context of race. So I want people outside the lineage to ignorantly believe when I'm saying Blacks, I'm including them in this racial group. I want them to feel included while they're actually been excluded. Just like they play the same semantics with Blacks, Blacks, where they say Blacks, black, and they pretend they're speaking just to us, but they're actually speaking about themselves. So, it's to play on words back. I'm being funny. But this word is carefully chose. It's carefully chosen, right? I just can't go away from Black altogether because our history or legacy, accomplishment, struggles come through the word Black. So all that remains the same. Black Wall Street still Black Wall Street. Black Reconstruction still Black Reconstruction. The Black Civil Rights Movement still that. Okay, it's just all that's still what it is, right? It's just the people. The people are Blacks. It can stand by itself. Hey, we the Blacks. You can add African. I'm sorry. You can add not African. Get that up. You can add American Black. You can say it like that, or you can say Blacks Americans. Like how you do it. I think American Blacks sound better, but Blacks also just stands alone. Like just like the original when we made Black before our government took Black and made it a racial category, right? So you could say, hey, I'm Blacks. A guy said, hey man, why don't we just say it in the singular? Like we could spell it out with an X, but pronounce it Black in the singular. And I thought that was interesting, but I said, wait, no, because that goes away from what I'm doing. I don't want the ambiguity there. I don't want people to be confused when we say I'm Black or he's Black or she's Black. Again, what does that mean? That can be a Haitian, Nigerian, Jamaican, Black American, right? Foundation Black American. That could be any one of us. So, but if you say I'm Blacks, if you add the plural sounding word to the S sounding word there, right? Pronunciation there. When you say I'm Blacks, when you're saying I'm you singular, and it sounds like you're using a plural form of Black, you're clearly now distinguishing yourself, him, her, from a possible foreigner, immigrant, somebody outside the lineage, because they would normally say I'm Black singular. And that's where the confusion sets in, because how are you using Black as a dual, as a racial group or as a lineage term. So it's I'm Blax. To add that plural sounding to it, S to it, you're definitely delineating. But it's codified. You're delineating, they don't even know. They think you're just mispronouncing black. You know, their ego, they're educated, they say. We're not educated. So they just think we're just uneducatedly mispronouncing black. And we'll let them believe that until they see the spelling. They're like, oh, what's that? Yeah, that's what I said I was. I said I was Blax. I didn't say I was black. You're black racially, I guess, whatever that means. But ethnically, we're black and blacks. Okay. So to me, that's a slick codified way to like disinclude, right? You know, in a codified way. Yeah. So it still works with FBA, Foundational Blacks American, Foundational Blacks Americans. It still works the same way. Still FBA works the same way. You can interchange it with black, or you can throw blacks in there. I'm FBA Foundation. You could say Foundation Blacks Americans, Foundation Blacks Americans, Foundation Blacks Americans, or you could just say Foundation Blacks American. You could skip the S so you don't have like the two plural sounding words. You could say Foundational Blacks American. However you want to mix it. Okay. Yeah. So that's what we're doing, man. That's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to do. But you know, just consider it. Consider it. It's not forcing nobody. Not forcing nobody. But man, how's everybody doing, man? Yeah. So anyway, so as I was saying, so now the word black, Tariq Nasheed, two guys argued that to make their point against black, they had to concede that black was a racialized word. And like I said, that's probably why he agrees that some of these folks are black when they're not, in the sense that we are ethnically. They're not black ethnically. Ethnically, they're not. It's impossible to be black ethnic because they don't have a black ethnic flag. We do. We got several. They don't have a black culture. We do. They don't have a black language. We do. AAVE. AA. People say AAVE. Some people say BAVE. Okay, and now we can say BVE, Black's Vernacular English. See how that works? Fits right in there. And it's not really hard to explain until they see the spelling. But in average conversation, when you say we the blacks, the average person you're talking to is going to automatically assume the blacks, right? Plural. So it's an easy adoption. You feel me? But it's a neologism. It's a new word that has no preset Oxford Webster definition that somebody can say that's me too. I gave the definition. It only applies to those people who now I gotta be clear. So no Drakes around the world say they're blacks. I gotta be clear on what this is. So no Liberian will say I'm blacks because they'll say, hey man, somebody in my family had chattel slavery experiences. Like, no, that's not what blacks represent. That's some of the that's some of it. But no dual allegiance. You have to be American citizen. There's no way possible you can be blacks and you need to apply for citizenship. It's impossible to be blacks. It's impossible. Blacks definitely start civil rights movement. Like, yeah, let's go there. And again, you have to be an American citizen. If you need citizenship, no way you can be blacks. So Drake ain't blacks. Before y'all even try to argue that, you lost already. Drake ain't blacks. Okay, he ain't. He's something else. Obama ain't blacks, and neither is Kamala. So the dude that was on the other day that chimped out, that's what he was supposed to be calling to discuss. What was that, 4th of July? He was arguing both sides of the argument. He didn't realize that, and he made a response video to Tariq Nasheed saying Kamala Harris isn't black, or he claimed he debated Tariq Nasheed that Kamala Harris was black, and he clearly misunderstood that, and he ran with the racialized definition of black as well. So I brought him on to set him straight, but I could tell that he was not going to let that happen. He was one of those guys. He was very belligerent, and he was going to argue everything and be semantical. And I saved him time. I saved myself time, bro. Either dialogue or get off. He chose to get off. So there you go. But I already seen where that was going. He was not going to agree to anything. He was going to always act like there's nuance to something. Like, oh, there's nuance. There's never a set definition. There's always nuance, or there's no set historical thing. There's always nuance. That was his thing. Like, that's his backdoor out of any fault or accountability of being wrong. So I peeped that early and was like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. Hey, you can get up off here, sir. Yeah, so revenue called in Tariq Nasheed. I explained this a couple times, and he talked about Evanston, right? The reparations of Evanston. And now, by the way, that it's not reparations for Evanston residents, right? When we say reparations, that is due to people of historical harm, not some recent stuff. That's civil suits. That's civil rights being violated. You need to hire a civil rights attorney. We're not talking about that. We're talking about reparations for historical past harm and continuous harm. That's what we mean when we say reparations. All right. So yeah, you can't have a housing issue in Illinois and say, hey, anybody who had this housing issue or face discrimination because of your skin color or your race, your racial category, this is for you. That's fine. But it ain't reparations. Reparations ain't race-based. We know that. It has to be lineage-based. So that was not lineage-based necessarily. That was race, lineage, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay? Yeah, so that's why that went nowhere. And anybody who's tuning in my channel would know once you make it race-based, you know it ain't going nowhere. So I don't know who knocked it down, but if I had to guess, Edward Blum. And the AAER, the American Alliance Equal Rights Organization that he has, that he'll knock anything down with a race. Well, they pick and choose because now we have an anti-Asian crime bill, and that's racially put together, proposed, and passed, and no Edward Blum to knock that down. Interesting. But if there was an anti-black crime or anti-blacks crime bill, well, no, that's not race, that's lineage. But if there was an anti-black crime bill, race, Edward Blum would have made sure that didn't stand 2 feet tall. He would have made sure that couldn't stand in shallow waters. You best believe that. We had Edward Blums before Edward Blum. Edward Blum has stole his strategy from us. And I'll throw one name out there. Thurgood Marshall. So his strategy, the Edward Blum strategy, is stolen, is borrowed. That's a fact. That strategy is from us. That's how we ended legalized segregation and Jim Crow. Lawyers who argue Edward Blum argument, but obviously it's our argument. He's arguing our argument. So he just took from our playbook and he's knocking down all these racialized institutions and DEI programs and so forth and so forth. It is. So that's what's truly going on with that. So Evanston, that fake reparations thing could never hold up for reparations. It can't even hold up for civil violations with housing discrimination. And it's funny because they told us, some conservatives, they told us systemic racism, whatever you want to call it, doesn't exist, and we keep seeing examples of it existing. But I mean, we know it is. Like some people be to have a high revenue. They got a D and B like, yeah, you gotta do that to kick it. You don't want it because as long as you're sincere, I mean, you stand on it, you really believe in it, you according to your best knowledge, it's the truth. As long as that's your angle, man, we're gonna cook you, but we'll stall you out, Debo. Feel me? We'll stall you out. So I played two videos of dudes bringing up black with Tariq Nasheed, and they misrepresented it as a racialized term only to make their point. And I thought I had another discussion with Tariq and Smiles on black. So I explained like the whole gaslight, like these Africans and just foreigners, period, coming over here. As a matter of fact, I played that again today, I think on Tariq. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They come over here highly selected, and they're like, I mean, it's like the. Let me try to give you an explanation of how this works, like the equivalence. Imagine, let me see something rather simple. Imagine. Let me see something that's relatable. Well, I'm not going too far with the analogy. Okay, so right now, okay, let's use soccer. So right now, the FIFA Cup or whatever is going on, and it's really big. Everybody, a lot of people that's into soccer is watching it. It hit big. So now the countries are playing against each other. So the countries they got their best. Now the country, everybody plays soccer in that country, and a lot of the people are professionals in representing in that country. But every professional soccer player in that country wasn't selected to represent their country in the World Cup, the FIFA games. You get me? So just who they think is their best of the best. So they got their best of the best representing the country. So now, but other folks who are pretty good at soccer that plays in the country are not selected, but they're good, but they're not the best of the best. So imagine, I think they said they got Argentina. So right, so imagine Argentina's best of the best, not the average good professional soccer player from Argentina going country to country. Imagine the best of the best is going to different countries playing with average people, kicking their butt, literally kicking their butt with the soccer kick. But then acting like he represents how all Argentinians play soccer. They would laugh like, dude, stop it, man. You're the best of the best. You're supposed to kick us butt. We average soccer players over here. We will never be selected to be to represent our country in the World Cup and FIFA games. We'll never be. The other now we have our top 10, our top 1% who will be selected, and they are. They're selected every time they have this big thing. They always selected. I'm never selected. So that's how that is, family. Like these folks are hyper selected. They are the top 1% of their country in finances and education, doctor, whatever, tech, and they come over here to make our country greater or to play for Team USA, and they know that they are the best of their country that they can offer. They'll come around us, the average people, and pretend that they represent their masses. Like, hey, this is how we all are. There's no top 1%. It's the top 100%. We're all this smart. We're all this educated. We're all this wealthy. And that's what they do when they come to America. So don't fall for that. So, because a guy, I was playing on Tariq Nasheed channel, and he was debating one of these alleged hyper selected individuals, immigrants, and he went the other route. He was pretending that they are not bright and educated and wealthy. It's like, dude, don't do that. He's gonna cook you. Like, so we're trying to justify by saying, nah, they no, they are, but it's the 1%. It's not the 99%. The rest of them are, they can never come in. They can never come over because to them it's the 1%, and it's the and then that's it. Like, there's no middle ground. Like for us, it's we have our 1%, we have our average, and we have our bottom. Okay, as far as education, wealth, whatever. They don't have that. They just have the 1% and the 99% who's just unfortunate. I'll use those words. It's just unfortunate. They don't know no better. They don't know no better. So they represent the 1%, but 99% of the country don't know no better. So we like, yo, that's not how you do that. Like you walk around here. No, you match yourself up to our 1%, and you match your body to our body, which you would know, like, and your GDP to our GDP. Because I think like we're what 15, 20, 30, and this is due to systemic racism. These guys don't have that claim. There's no whitey man with systemic racism laws that's depriving that they can easily prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, like we can. So who's holding you back? But these guys make, some of them make $300 for the year, 3,000. You know, it's really low numbers, 5,000, 7,000 for the whole entire year. Some of us make that in a month or two, and they make that for the entire year. But they're trying to gaslight us to say, hey man, I'm rich in my country, I'm educated in my country, and I represent the. No, you don't. We get your best over here, you dig? And it's not a lot of them. It's just the 1%. The rest of y'all don't know no better. That's why they got to come over here a different way. They won't come over here as a #1 draft pick, LeBron James. You dig? They're gonna come over here another way, a walk on. You dig? The asylees. You dig? Which people call the fleers. That's how they know. That's how they come over. It's like, well, if y'all so bright, then why only 1% of y'all come over here as highly selected, but the rest of y'all come over here as fleers? I knew he was going to do that. And then you'll get crickets. So that's why it's important to know what's going on, so you're not just making stuff up. Because you're making stuff up, they realize that, and they're gonna like really just go in all the way. You're saying when you're talking to these guys, like, yeah, some of y'all come over here at 1% of your country, bright, wealthy, but that is not the majority. Yeah, and you won't lie to me. And that's why they get mad when we say the homeland, because you're not gonna, like, again, that's like the average one of us going on vacation in Ghana, Jamaica, Haiti. We're gonna go over there like the stars. That's why they all gonna come around us and want, hey man, let me take you here. Hey, you ever see this? Like, that's how we're gonna be treated. The average Black American, matter of fact, not even the average. It could be below average. We go over there, we'll be treated like rock stars. Now they come over here as highly selected people. We don't treat them as rock stars, by the way. Hey, yo, keep that in mind. They're hyper selected. The ones who are highly educated and got some wealth, when they come over here, our bottom, don't look at them as rock stars. They get no special treatment from Black America, Black foundational Black America, Blax America. They get no special treatment. But we go over there, below average go over there and vacation, save enough coins to vacation, income tax check, whatever, lawsuit check. Go over there to vacation, yo, they are treating the average one of us like a rock star, yo. Like, we're just so rich and man. Oh boy. Think about that. Why, if you're so special, and why don't we treat y'all like the way so y'all the top, but we don't see y'all as top. Some of us, the bottom low, come over there and we're treated as though we're the top. That is jealousy, family. That is the definition of jealousy. That is the definition of jealousy. Feel me? So those some things that you can, clap back with. Those are some things you can clap back with. All right. So let me go ahead and do what I came to do. Give me a second. Links in the chat. Any questions? And yo, you still got a lot of weirdos out here who got the FBA name in their title. These Pan-Africans. I mean, it's sad. It's sad. And yo, can somebody get me that? Look, before I share my screen, can somebody tell me the video or put the link in the chat of Sanita and Captain Tazariak going in on the lineage? I gotta do a reaction. Because matter of fact, hold on. We're gonna do that together. I'm gonna do that right now. I need to know what video they did. Wait, before I do that, I'm gonna look in the chat real fast. If anybody knows the name of that video, whose channel it was on, please, because I don't want to go in if I didn't hear it myself. A lot of times people be wrong. So I want to know what. Let's do it together. Let's do it together. Let's search these guys' channels. I want to see they would. I'm hearing they went on us. I'm hearing they went in on us. I want to see it now. I want to listen to it. Okay. So now there is one more channel that they used. I forgot to look up. They got a gazillion channels. No jumper. Wait, Sanetta and Captain Zaryak was on no jumper? Sanetta don't go nowhere. I think he afraid of planes. Hold on. And Adam don't really care. That's not something like Adam talk about. Like if anything, Vlad will have an interest in that. Let me see. Yeah, for that dude to lose his hand, like yeah, they don't do live streams. I think he's just a podcaster. All right, let me go here. Look, I'm here. Which video? Okay, so these are recently. All right, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it. All right, so let's try. So it's not there. So let's try Captain Cesaria. I don't know. I don't even know why people could even do a show Whack 100. Like the dude is like passive aggressive. Oh, yeah, like he's untrustworthy. Backdoor type guy. Yeah, I I don't think I could. Okay, so let's check over here. These are short videos. Let's check over here. 8 days ago. Okay, So he only had one. Okay, so I don't think it's over here. Okay. I don't think it's over there. Okay, so those are classics. I don't think that's it. I don't think it was just yesterday. So maybe one of these independence videos. Okay. So I'm gonna say it's gonna be in one of these right here. If it's on his channel.
Okay, how you make it into. Go ahead, brother. Yeah, just let me know. Let me know. I got you. Yeah, I got you. The minute that you call this number I'm about to give you, and you do a car chronicles because I'm a man of my word. I'm gonna be on the
All right.
show.
It ain't that
So
video.
he don't know.
Having reach on social media.
Whoop do big brother, and ever since then, right?
Israelites. What does that mean you are? I'm gonna help you out. It means now.
And receive the laws from the Most High, even if, which we just to clarify, we don't.
I'm not. Hey, family, y'all. All right, family, y'all told me this was out here. I look crazy trying to find it, man.
There's a subtle law to this. Learn, right? And
regularly, my questions bit by bit, one
over. That was the plains of.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that ain't it either. All right. I don't know if it can be another.
It's a dark and be bad here. Being heard, you have to make.
Okay, real talk. When you said that Jabari and we knew the situation we was going into, that is incorrect.
All
We
right. So this is Sarnetta and Captain talking right now.
was told that we was going there to be on 607.
Care about that. Went right to the conversation.
So it was no jumper because I hear. I think they said 607, but we were just here. I don't see no long video. I went through the lives. Maybe this one.
Live.
Big alive.
Live.
A little bit of a comparison here.
Document that underneath rock.
The time was way more
let
racist.
Let me put Sarnetta no jumper. I don't see it, family. Is it?
This is some house cleaning. The Cash App, 10 hearts here. Yeah.
What to do is try it. I guarantee you, I'll knock your bitch ass out. Told you I was better than you. Don't sex play me again, nigga.
Hold on.
Don't sex play me again. I told you. Don't sex play me again. I told you, you've been
See,
manipulating
this
your
is why, like, I could never have a sit down whack 100 on some intellectual stuff. Because he's not an intellectual, but he's pretending he is. So he's gonna chimp out every time.
I told you I was better than you. You ain't nothing but a motherfucking thug, nigga. And that's all you gonna do, right? You ain't nothing but a thug. That's all you are. I'm a man first. You still a fucking thug. Always that's all you are, man. You ain't never gonna be nothing else. I'm a thug. You can't even take it. You can't even take it. No, nigga. You got a loud motherfucking mouth. Sex man, when he checked your ass, he ain't checked. Real information. He just got checked. You fucking crying. He just got checked. Now you want to fight now. He got checked. Now you want to fight. If you sex play me, I'm gonna do you in. I don't deal with that bullshit.
No one's gonna
deal with that.
Let's take it down.
I don't deal with that.
Take it down.
Nigga, we don't play
And I want to
disrespect you around
No one's
here.
gonna disrespect each other.
I want to salute Brother Jabari. Jabari is just sitting there in the pocket. He didn't leave. Whack did all that getting up, all that.
Yeah. Like, whack, man. Come on, dude. Yeah, but this ain't it either. All right. What the hell? I got my blink on. All right, so now I'm going to try to look through Sonnetter now. I'm gonna give up at this one. Okay. Let me type in Sonnetter FBA. Maybe that come up. I want to know what they were saying. It says 7 months ago. Y'all can't be talking about something 7 months ago, right? Or 5 months ago. Yeah, all this is 7 months ago. Were you talking about something that had you? Are you talking about this? Something 7 months ago? You see how you can see the red in there. I already watched this. So you see the red in there? Look, that's me right there. FBA, that's me. What it says: FBA Ron versus Sonnetter's Goons. Oh, as a matter of fact, that's my retitle. But I got the I'm on there. Like that's a reaction to me being on there. But yeah. So was this something recent? Oh, it got to be this.
And because we got this debate coming up, and y'all know what it is, man.
It got to be this. Because I was watching some of this, and they was talking a little bit about it.
Wait. Mr. should be on both sides.
Some real.
That is a
chief in. Where would I have heard it if Sonnetter didn't tell me? Where would I have heard it? Okay,
So another thing he ain't tell you.
Other rats. Audience,
Right? You're poisoning the well. Let the audience hear.
Right? Okay.
I'm
sure.
telling you, y'all.
I'm pretty sure one of us is poisoning the well. It's not me. Those things. As if you acknowledge any of those things.
Well, I might not acknowledge it, but you're a chief.
That's right? The reason why I didn't say anything really messed up.
You did okay, and then you got wow. Here you go. Let's go. I'm not. Yeah, like I'm blaming you. I'm talking about the art of the conversation. Go ahead.
Okay, right.
Little to do with what someone, because you overcompensate.
That's gay, bro.
And that's sad.
I ain't doing all this with these. I can't do it.
Nah, it ain't gonna be like this, man. Nah.
Can't do it. Jabari, they had you in the first one, yo. Wow. Hold on.
I think so too.
Everybody got better than me. Everybody got
Wait. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find this one, family. Yes, the rest of these I watched. I skimmed. I ain't watching, but I skimmed through them, and none of these. Yeah, nah, I don't know. Look, I'm a defer to the chat, see what y'all talking about. But if it's not there, it's not there. See, and, don't see it. Come back to the chat. I said, and y'all said something for sure was the go. I just wanted action. Okay, as you can see, like that is yeah. What is about this area? Every time coming out of this area, the phone starts going crazy. All right, yeah, I don't know what that was about, man. When I go to that area right there, it just that happens almost every time. It ends live, like I mean, it ends anyway. Was it on Unk channel? It could have been on Unk channel. I ain't think of that. FBA was in the title. 6 wasn't. Hey yo, okay. I need y'all to answer a question. I just want to know this. Was it something recent or was it 5 to 7 months ago? Can somebody quickly answer that so I can move on? If it's recent, I want to find it. If it's 5 to 7 months ago, I already watched it and I can speak to it. Okay. So I just need that. I need somebody to tell me, was it recent, like 2026? Did last month, within a month, or was it some 7 months ago? That's all I want to know. Cause if it's like 7 months ago, I probably already watched it. And it was just nothing. Like nothing. That it wasn't nothing to bump. Okay, yeah. So if it was some months ago, then I already watched it. Family is like because I actually came on the show. Because they were going in on FBA. Like, oh. Hey man, why not have an FBA on here? Why just go crazy on FBAs and don't have an FBA on here? So they sent me the olive branch. I came on there, and it wasn't none of that crazy talk. They had a lot of Pan-Africans on there, but nobody was. I mean, they was on the panel, like they were all there, but nobody had no questions for me. So I'm like, okay, that was like weird. I expected, to be like Blade, slicing all the vampires or wolves, whatever they are, the Likings. No, that's the wrong movie. Yeah, vampires. I thought I was gonna be like Blade, just by myself, just dolo, slicing all the vampires. Okay, so being that nobody said it was recent, so y'all talking about some old. Okay, no problem. We could talk about old stuff. Yeah, but if it's the old one, yes, I do recall that they had a bunch of lies, and when they invite the guy, the reject guy on there, like he just makes it worse. Like he makes it. He makes it. weird. He started lying about reparations. Like every time the reject guy get on there, he started making about reparations. He started lying about reparations and started acting like he's a legal aid or something. I don't know what the hell but he started lying. Like my man got a degree in engineering, but somehow he's a legal aid or some type of lawyer. It's like, dude, did you get a Bachelor of Science in engineering or you're a legal aid, dude? Like, hey, what are we doing? Yes, that's something about this over there in Sonnet. A lot of guys reinvent themselves and they start to be experts in something they were never an expert in. No track record, no respect in that field at all. No videos you can watch them going in, nothing. They just became an expert that week. No long history run on them talking about that subject, nothing. They just became an expert that week. Okay. So now let's see if I can, let's go here. Okay, here we are. So I think that was one of them, the Lauryn Hill thing. Because I knew people were going to say that because she was in a group called the Refugees. And like, so I already knew like they were going to come with that. They've been desperate. They've been calling everybody, Beyonce, everybody, a non-Blax person. They've been calling everybody. So they've been a little desperate. Okay, so let me see. So I rewatched that one. So I think it was this one right here. Okay, okay. Let's check it out.
A prime example of that Black American versus Haitian shit only exists online. Now, on my main page, I've had to throw several Black Americans completely off my page for disrespecting Haitians. At the end of the day and the beginning of the next, if you pissed about her winning at the BET Awards and you Black American and you say she a one-hit wonder and she don't have to do it, let me explain it to you. Baby, when you do something right, you only have to do it once. Okay? She not talking about pop your ass, finesse and all that shit like the shit that y'all used to. Okay? She tried to give you bitches a queen mindset and she did that. When you do something right, I'm going to say it slower, you only have to do it once. So to call her a one-hit wonder, you out of your goddamn mind. You wish you could get the success she has. And the reason y'all hating on her, because she a Haitian woman. Bitch, bow down. Bow down because she did what none of you other bitches have been able to do yet. Bow the f*** down. She did it without shaking one piece of ass. She did it without no kind of vulgarity, nothing. She did it and bitch, you bow down. Not only because she a Black woman, because she a Haitian woman.
All right, hold on. You cannot be Black and Haitian. All right. That's the issue we're having. That's why I got Blax on the table. The fact that people are trying to do that and think they can is the issue. You cannot be Black and Haitian. Those are contradictory nouns. Well, the way they use Black, like they use Black as a descriptor, as an adjective. So like I'll be totally confused with non-Blacks because they take the word Black and they do the most with it. It's like, yo, so what is it? Is it an ethnicity? Is it a race? Is it a descriptor? Like they're just confused.
Dig. So y'all can talk that shit online, Black Americans versus Haitians. Y'all know the business. With Lauryn Hill coming to the situation, the conversation, you bow the f down because she is a queen. And she love all of you. She don't act like the rest of us. She love all of y'all. I love some of y'all. I don't love all of y'all. I love who loves me. If you love me, I love you. If you don't like me, then fuck you. You feel me? But she don't act like that.
I knew it.
So at the end of the day and the beginning of the next, respect Lauryn Hill, not only as a Black queen, but a Haitian queen, and doing what y'all queens still haven't done yet.
Speaking of Caribbeans, where the Caribbeans? Shout out, where the Caribbeans? Any Caribbeans in here? Y'all know there's a thing with people now. Have y'all noticed? I guess because of TPS and all that stuff. Why are there so many Caribbeans trying to make everybody Haitian all of a sudden. Have y'all noticed that? A lot of these people are making videos trying to make foundational Black Americans Haitian. This is goddamn ridiculous at this point. I saw one woman, I think she's, what is she? She has a youth TikTok channel. I think she might be Haitian, I'm not sure. But she got on here talking about Lauryn Hill is Haitian. Lauryn Hill is not Haitian at all. Wyclef is, and the Fugees, the Wyclef and Pras, they're Haitian, but Lauryn Hill is not Haitian at all. Joy Reid got on some live talking about, yeah, the Haitians have been pivotal to this and that. Crispus Attucks, who was in the American Revolution, he was Haitian. Like, what? Family, Crispus Attucks was not Haitian. Crispus Attucks wasn't Haitian. Lauryn Hill isn't Haitian. These people are just saying shit.
Wow. Lauryn Hill, East Orange. Okay. New Jersey.
Listen, you know what this is? Foundational Black Americans, man, this delineation has disrupted the old game of people hiding under the generic Black umbrella, siphoning off our cultural energy. And because we've drawn a hard line in the sand and we're demanding historical accuracy, there's now a coordinated panic, ladies and gentlemen. So now there's a sudden push to crowbar Haitians and other Caribbean groups into the building of America and the civil rights narrative. You understand? And I'm telling y'all, as a historian, these people are full of shit. I guess a lot of them assume that we don't know the history. Oh, the hell we don't. We know the history. See, this temporary protective status, that's been revoked for a lot of these people. So that has created a state of political desperation. And when the threat of deportation is on the table, the PR tactic is to try to manufacture a historic anchor in the United States. So they're pushing a false narrative that they fought in the Revolutionary War, built the country.
Okay, so I looked her up. I got an AI overview. So Lauryn Hill defines her ethnic background as African American, right? Born in East Orange, New Jersey, and raised in South Orange. Now, South Orange is kind of like more suburban, right? So East Orange is like definitely hood. South Orange is like more suburban, especially compared to East Orange. No, wait. No, I'm thinking of West Orange, South Orange. South Orange. I'm not sure. I know West Orange is suburban. Yeah, I can't really speak to South Orange, but it ain't hood. It ain't like Orange. Like Orange is kind of, but like Orange, hood, East Orange for sure. But anyway, South Orange, interesting. But West Orange is like definitely like suburban kind of. South Orange. She grew up immersed in African American musical traditions, which heavily shaped the soul, S-O-U-L, soulful and hip hop sounds of her work. Her roots are firmly anchored in the United States, and she is an American national. Uh-oh. It didn't say Jamaican or Haitian national, because she rose to international fame as the lone female member of the group the Fugees, alongside of Haitian-born artists. Okay, you see how it made it differentiated between her and the other artists. It's a Haitian-born artist, Wyclef Jean and Pras Michelle. Hill is sometimes mistakenly thought to have Caribbean heritage. However, her distinct cultural and ethnic background is strictly African American. So there goes that lie. All right. So they made a distinction between her and the Haitians of the group refugees. So Lauryn Hill is Foundation Black America because she's a Blax.
And built New Orleans and all that shit. They're trying to create a political shield. So the narrative that they're trying to do is like, you can't deport us because our people are also foundational to history too. So they want to use our foundational Black American equity as an immigration defense mechanism. And these people are just saying shit. They're just pulling stuff out their ass, man. See, for a long time, a lot of these non-FBA groups, they were comfortable sliding into our spaces and benefiting from the civil rights infrastructure that we built, extracting the resources, and this delineation movement has closed that loophole. Now we're clearly defining who we are and who built this nation. So now these people are scrambling to try to retroactively write themselves into our history. They're trying to crowbar into our damn legacy. Just like when they start talking about Haitians fought in the Revolutionary War, they went down there, fought fight with the French in Savannah and lost. First of all, it wasn't Haiti yet. They went to Savannah and got their ass whooped. That's not a flex. You know? Then they start talking about W.B. Du Bois was Haitian. W.B. Du Bois was FBA. He had a Haitian or Saint-Domingue ancestor, but he was still foundational Black American. Yeah. Then they like to bring up Harry Belafonte and Stokely Carmichael and all these people that were around in the
What
civil
about
rights
them?
movement. Yeah, there were some individuals with Caribbean ancestry who participated, but the movement itself was not a Caribbean import. The infrastructure, the strategy, the funding, the physical bodies taking the beatings, the marching, the boycotting, all of that was FBA, goddammit.
Yeah, and we don't name the civil rights lawyers enough, like Thurgood Marshall and Charles Hamilton Houston. Like, we don't name them enough.
You understand?
And the others.
Let's be very, very clear. So what they're trying to do, man, they're trying to dilute everything so that they can get access to tangibles. If they can have this narrative that everybody built America, that everybody led the civil rights movement, that muddies the waters for tangibles. Yeah. And then they do this fake Pan-African guilt trip. They try to use a romanticized, weaponized version of Pan-Africanism to try to guilt trip foundational Black Americans into disrespecting or accepting their disrespect. So if we correct people, if they start lying on Crispus Attucks and all our other icons, well, we're divisive if we call them out. Just like this white man who called up. If we say, hey, man, it's funny style, if a Black person goes out with a bunch of white people and they end up unalive, that's kind of suspicious. Hey, God, that's goddamn racist, dude. That's racist to say, dude. Yeah, don't try to gaslight. Don't try to gaslight us. Let's get outstanding Brandon. Outstanding Brandon, hop on. Mr. Brandon, hop on, sir.
Yo, what's up, big bro?
Hey, man, how are you, sir?
Man, what's that word, Charlie Wiley? I wanted to bring up this point. As a kid, as a kid, we used to have to my mom's and had us watch this movie with Ice-T called Game and
Surviving the game. I know what you're talking about.
surviving the game exactly, and that terrified the hell out of me. Excuse my French, you know what I'm saying? I know we're doing a YouTube thing. I'm like, it terrorized the hell out of me. But it always embedded that in my mind that, you know, if you the only Black person, you know, you looking at a strong situation where they can't pull a tech like that. Like I was working for back in Chicago. I was working this convention center. So it's two dudes walked up on me and they was like from Chicago. Hey, look, where can I find some bud at? And I'm like, shit. If I could make some extra money out of it, I'm gonna go ahead and try to finesse this real quick. And they bought the bud for like $30, $20 more than what I had. I bought it for. We sitting in the hotel, and they just like, "You want to smoke?" So we smoking. And I look up, I'm the only person smoking. So I'm like, damn, I'm like, are they trying to pull a tech up on me or something like that? You know, I told them like, yeah, we finna get ready and go. And as soon as they turned their head, I took off. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, shit. You know, I had that embedded in my head, like you the only person, you know, in that, and you the only Black person in this situation, and I thought about the game situation. You know, it's like I'm like, damn, I'm the only person. It's like he stopped smoking and stuff like that. So I'm like, oh, okay, you know. So I wanted for the audience, y'all need to go look up that movie and show that movie to the kids so they get a gist of what's going on.
Absolutely.
All right.
So much, brother. But yeah, the movie is called Surviving the Game. When my brother Ice-T, movie came out, I think in the early 90s. It's a deep movie, man. Ice-T played a homeless guy, and some rich white dudes approached him, and they're like, "Hey, come out to this cabin." And I forgot why they invited him. I forgot what the excuse why they invited him. So he goes to this cabin, and he finds out that they all whining and dining him and feeding him and all that. And then the next morning, they start chasing him and make him run off into the woods, and they start hunting him. So it's like these rich white men get homeless black people. It's a hell of a deep movie. So check that movie out. Surviving the Game with Ice-T. The Move. What's up, Move?
Yo, what up, Flex? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. Man, I just want to remind you, do you remember that case with Bakari Henderson over in Greece?
Oh, yeah.
Man, that brought me back. And he was with his white co-workers out in Greece. He was with a group of them.
Oh, yeah.
None of them had his back, bro.
Right.
And so, and I like to tell all my cousins, man, who are in college, bro. So, like, when we went in college, I went to a PWI, bro. They used to always invite us to the frat house. Me and my homies always made sure that we went together. If we was in a frat house together, because they be having stuff floating around, around the house and stuff like that. We wasn't gonna get blamed if something like that was happening. I tell them all the time, yo, roll together. We used to roll 4, 5, 6 deep, man. So we had that understanding with each other that we gonna protect each other, bro. So all the youngins out there, everybody who's in college, law school, make sure y'all stick together when y'all go out together.
Real talk, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, that's the rule. Brothers, we go out, man. We show up together, we gonna leave together, all of us. If 5 of us show up, 5 of us gonna leave. Unless somebody pulls a honey and he said, hey man, I'm gonna roll with her. We know where everybody's gonna be. We're not just gonna leave nobody. We ain't doing that. What's up, Bubba?
Yo, Tyreek, what's up?
I'm good, Bubba. How are you?
Yeah, no, man. I think it was kind of messed up on the kids, not like checking on their friend to go pick them up. That's for sure suspicious.
Right.
Yeah, but however, it's like, dude, people disappear all the time, like especially in boating. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Like they were on like this island, like swimming on there. There could have been a number of reasons, like why probably just drowned, man. I mean, that's probably what happened.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, look, do you remember in 2009 at the same time of the Johan van der Sloot, right? Those guys, the NFL team, their boat capsized and like all those NFL stars disappeared. And like what do you call it? This stuff happens like all the time. So I'm not saying that like this is not racially motivated. You don't know that for sure. I mean,
Dude, how come every time so many cases where black people go out by themselves with white people, they don't come back? Why is that?
name them.
Shit. I named them earlier. The Peter guy in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and what happened to them?
Yeah, he went hunting with his white friends and they shot him. Then another case in Cummings, Georgia, a black woman went over to a sleepover.
Yeah. And then what happened?
They said she fell out of a window. That don't make no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, dude, black people disappear all the time. It all disappears.
Yeah,
I don't see how
but white people do shit to black people all the time too, don't they? Historically, right?
What's that?
And
No,
people do weird shit to black people all the time too, right?
yeah, but like this come on, Tariq. This is like desperate. I mean, like
desperate.
Yeah, I mean, like what do you call it? You're trying to make this into like a big thing, and I see it on Twitter trying to make it a big thing. It's
And
like
if you don't stop, because if it were a group of black people and a white boy ended up dead and the black dudes came back talking about, yeah, we left him, but we don't know what happened to him. Y'all would be running around here screaming for RICO charges to be on everybody. So stop it, sir.
Nah, dude. Are you telling me how many times that like a white person has disappeared? That like you could only name that Johan van der Sloot, and that's because they was under investigation already too. Like multiple,
And he
multiple.
unalived another woman, right?
Yeah, he did it. He did that for multiple women. That's why the search was so like active, dude. Like I mean, it all depends on like your high profile and whether or not your case. Like I don't believe this. Like this is like
This is what we're talking about right here. Boy, they get to explain it. The splaining is real. This is how they get on code with each other, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this guy right here. This is why you don't take your ass over there by yourself. Because they'll
oh, you guys are paranoid. Paranoid Negro time,
just
dude.
doing splaining.
Paranoid Negroes. You try. This is what it is. Like you should handle the sundown. How many sundown towns are there?
Well, there's a lot still.
Black people, dude. The white supremacy is heinous in these sundown towns, right? Name them.
Name the sundown towns.
Yeah, I mean, name it. How many sundown towns? How many how many people did they have they lynched in the last 40 years? Name them.
Trayvon Martin was lynched. Mike Brown was lynched. Yeah.
No, that's not right now. Go ahead, Adi.
Yeah. You get just because you ain't hanging somebody in public.
Trayvon Martin lynched as he attacked George Zimmerman.
Stop with that attack George Zimmerman shit. That was a lynching. That's why y'all white supremacists supported him. Yeah. Lynchings still go on. Yeah. But he was attacking George Zimmerman. If you don't stop. All right, Bubba. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, you don't go nowhere with these people. That right there is why you don't go nowhere with them. They get on that white supremacist code, ladies and gentlemen. They get on code. Let's get Josh in the building. Josh, hop on in, Josh. And y'all retweet this.
Hey, what's going on, brother Tariq, man? Just wanted to tap in, Richard, real quick, because I got a little kind of context and insight into kind of, white culture. Just want to start off. I am FBA from South Carolina, Spartanburg to be exact.
Yes, sir.
On that, and when I see a lot of people talk about South Carolina, you gotta ask these people what city they from.
Oh yeah,
because they be lying. So, but just to say this, so I went to the University of South Carolina. I did pledge a white fraternity because I was watching Animal House and stuff growing up. So I was trying to really just turn up, to be honest, and party and do all that. I thought it was going to be like that. So a lot of my close friends is white. And all that, the part about the story with him saying they thought he caught another ride, that don't even make sense right there, man. Like, I done been out with a lot of white people a lot of times. They don't operate like that when that's really your boys. Like, they going to make sure you get home. They're going to call an Uber for you, all that, bro. They're not just going to say, oh, we thought he took another ride somewhere. It don't never go like that. So that's the main part of the story that's not really adding up to me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fishy as hell. Let's get in here.
Yo, good, Tariq, my boy. How you doing?
I'm good, How are you, sir?
What's going on with the failed Black American community?
Failed how?
I mean, your whole existence is because of white people. So
okay, are you Himothy? Are you Himothy? Because you sound like Himothy. Are you Himothy?
Yeah, it's me again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you being mad and jealous because you were failed tether. I mean, damn.
What do you have that?
Running water and toilets.
But I'm here in America, though.
Exactly. You're welcome. You have them under us, right?
That's because of the Jews, my boy.
Yeah, you can sit there and talk about Jews and all that. Trolling is your way of coping.
So wait, so you think I'm here in this country because of you and your people?
You're in your failed homeland.
But I'm here because of there's opportunity here.
Because of there's opportunity in your homeland, but they don't let you have it. The British whoop your ass, right?
Brother, I hate to break it to you, but you provide no opportunities for anyone in this country.
How come you couldn't do it in your own homeland? There's white people there. The British, they were whooping your ass.
There's no infrastructure there to run businesses.
Right. All they do is extract your damn resources and leave you struggling and hungry. Well, yeah.
Exactly. That's why I have every right to come here.
Well, you have a right to come here because of us, sir.
Sir, but if there's no opportunities when I come here, what's the point of coming here?
Sir, the fact that you can wipe your ass with toilet paper is an opportunity. It's better than your failed homeland.
That doesn't make any sense, bro. There's money over here.
It does. Because, yeah, if it weren't for us, you'd be somewhere riding a camel, eating some injera, riding a goddamn pirate boat.
Again, you run no institutions, nor do you run any businesses to help create opportunities. So therefore, I'm here because of the white man.
Didn't know you're not. Yeah, you know you're not. Yeah, we run businesses. Shout out to Johnson, my brother Johnson, 99 years old, the Johnson Company, Black Hair Care Products, icon, foundational Black American who just passed today. Yeah, we got icons, sir. We run businesses. We do what we do. We're the only first world melanated people on the planet, and that's why you had to come under us, right? Huh? You had to come under the.
Please stop making that statement, sir.
Yeah,
please stop making that statement.
Name any other first world people. Name them anywhere on the planet besides that.
Sir, your entire existence, your entire existence is because of white people.
Thank you. You couldn't name them.
Your entire existence is because of white.
Yeah. We're the only first world melanated people, sir. You had to come up under us. That's why you jealous and mad. You being jealous and mad won't change that fact, sir. Hayes. What's up, Hayes? Brother Hayes?
Hey, Brother Tyreek, how you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you, Hayes?
Doing all right. Hey, I just wanted to let you know, you remember 3 years ago that Asian guy shot that 5-year-old who's now 8 years old?
In Detroit, right?
Yeah, I'm the next neighborhood over.
Oh, wow.
I saw him and his father this weekend, and no adverse effects of that gunshot.
Oh, good.
Looking real good.
Good. So the family's holding up?
Yeah, they holding up. He's still with that white girl. I'm not even gonna go in on the father and stuff. This is not the time or place. I just wanted to bring that to you, that I saw that young man this weekend.
So the Asian guy, what happened to him?
Man, not enough.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you got a slap on the wrist, some probation. The only time he spent in jail, you know, it seemed like they bounced him out of jail faster than I don't know what.
Wow.
He didn't get no time, man. He got probation.
Oh, wow.
But you know that Vietnamese restaurant that he was working at.
Yeah.
They had to dry up, and they fired him because when nobody black, white, or in between going to that place, because what he did was foul.
Oh yeah. My man. Thank you so much for that, man. Yeah, I remember that case. I was barking on the damn prosecutor. I was going in on that prosecutor. Me and him were going back and forth. I'm like, man, you better put some real charges on that damn dude. Gently, what's up, Gently?
How's it going? How's everybody? We appreciate you for having me.
Thank you so much, Gently. Now, what's your ethnic background, Gently?
My ethnic background? I'm guess you could call me white, but
okay. Where's your family? Where did they immigrate from? What part of Europe?
Armenia.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, so you're kind of Middle Eastern, right?
Yeah. More so than that. If I'm out in the sun too long, I don't look like.
When they get here from Armenia?
Oh, my grandpa.
Around what year? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. Oh, shit. 19. Man, I wouldn't even, they fled the Armenia. If you know anything about Armenia, my grandparents fled my great-grandparents, they fled the Armenian genocide.
Yeah.
And got out here during that. And my great-grandparents were pregnant with, I don't know the years and all that type of stuff as far as.
Okay.
But.
So what's on your mind, Gently?
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm just checking out spaces, just seeing what's going on and, trying to get myself known out there. And other than that, I'm just a crypto meme coin. I've kind of beat the real world, if so to speak, and got tired of crypto Twitter, getting rugged, getting my ex account canceled for shilling and all that. So turned myself into a meme coin based on a token a while ago. Whoa.
Oh, let me see
I
what
don't
that.
know what that was.
Hold on 1 second. IB? Yo, IB, what the hell was that? IB? IB, are you in the hospital? IB, unmute your microphone. What the hell kind of noise was that, bro?
I don't know. Can you hear me? I got Bluetooth. I'm trying to get out and set it up.
Oh, that damn janky. How? It's 2026, man. How is a phone that janky? This nigga has a CB. This nigga is a trucker. I ain't
Yeah.
never heard a phone that damn
Yo,
janky.
that phone
Chris,
Hey, how you
is
doing?
hey,
OD.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, so just for the record, for those who came in late, Lauren, I confirm Lauren Hill is not Haitian at all. The woman on the screen just made it in the middle, just made it up, and you know who is surprised? A non-blacks is lying about the identity of blacks. So who was really surprised at that?
Hey, how you doing, Tariq? So I'm gonna try to be brief. I'm a first-time caller, but I've been listening for a while. But I wanted to speak on the Northern Wales case because I just felt like there's a lot of similarities to something that happened to my cousin a long time ago. I'm 30 now, but I was probably like 12, 13 when this happened to my cousin. But a similar situation where my cousin was out on the lake and he had some white friends, and being from Colony, Alabama, it's a small little town, a black town, historically black town in Coleman County. And so most of us had to go to the schools and like out of town pretty much to the white schools. But however, you know, once my cousin was out on the lake with his white friends or whatever, they went out on Smith Lake. Similar situation where he was out in the shallow part because I don't think he really could swim that well. And then they got him out in the deeper parts of the water. You know, he had a life vest on and everything like that. But pretty much, long story short, he ended up drowning and passing away. Wow. Yeah, and I remember when my cousins came and told me that story, you know, of him passing away after it happened. It didn't sit right with me. You know, I was learning about you know, Black history at the time. While I was in school and things like that. So a lot of things just sit right with the case, you know, with him drowning like that. So I found a lot of similarities with the Nolan Wells in this case because it's just it didn't feel right, you know. And my problem is, you know, being around with like white people majority of my life, being from Colony, Alabama, and growing up around, you know, white people. It's like you get around them for too long, man, and like you get to trusting them and getting like you get to like, you know, you get vulnerable around them. You think you could trust them.
Yeah.
And then something happened and then they don't really have your back like that. You know what I'm saying? So me knowing that growing up, I always had my, you know, I always kept my eye on them, you know what I'm saying? Never been too open with them, even though I got white friends and things like that. People I don't really speak to that often anymore. But, you know, you can never be too careful around people because you just never really know, especially with people like, you know, just with white folks in general, man. But that's all I wanted to say, man. I didn't want to speak too long.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Yosef Ahmed.
Yes, I have a hankering for
I
bussy.
know you do. You look like it. All right. You just wanted to say that. All right, Yosef. So Yosef is looking for
Good luck with that.
somebody's DM to slide up in. All right. He's trying to get that green card. He says that TPS, it's not going to be the end of the game for him. He said he has a plan B. He said slide into the DM so he can work his way back into the country. All right.
Electric room.
Yeah, but that is crazy work out here pretending Lauren Hill's a Haitian. Haitian refugee. And that is just ridiculous.
Work his way back into the country.
Yeah.
Right.
Do the math. I like that name. Ricardo Flat, Madman in the building. Okay. Yeah, man. Donnie. Indigenous Prometheus. It's timed out. Okay, Jersey in the building. I don't know why people troll and get timed out when they just couldn't click the link. And Paul Game, I see you. Austell Gray. Beat One for Life. Polo Styles. Maria Burr. I got a super chat. Thank you very much. Wisdom Ken. Salute to all my Black people. Yeah. Y'all know that word hit. TKOB, Buck Horse. Just reading up. Oh, Sleep Bay, 999 super chat. I didn't see that. I appreciate you. It's a good thing I decided to look up and see who's in the building. You feel me? I got no ego. You know what I mean? I got no ego. Like, whether it's 3 people, 13, 33, 300, like, I'm going to be me. I'm going to talk with confidence. I'm going to talk with authority. I'm also talk with passion and empathy and sympathy at times. I'm always talk very confident and in an educational way, a very informed way. I don't compromise. You dig? Yeah, but the Blacks, it got to be Blacks because the X is kind of like the X is there for like almost the same reason, but the same logic why the X is there for Malcolm X is there to replace something that's not official. You feel me? Malcolm said, nah, that little ain't my last name. That's the slave master's last name. So Blax has been hijacked. Our government, 1977, through the OMB, has least extended Black to immigrants of all throughout the world. And dig? And then prioritized those guys. Like, they became the model Blacks. They said, all right, look, not only we gonna take Black from you, they said not only we gonna extend Black to other people, we're gonna make them the real Blacks, and you guys African American. So now today we're called African American, while Haitians and everybody across the world say they're Black. It's like, wait a minute, all right? Oh, how that bait and switch happen? How we go from Black to African American, and Haitians, Nigerians, Jamaicans go from that to Black? Like, wait, what? And that's when I start scratching my head. I said, let me do some deep research. Let me dive into this. And I did impeccable work. My work is so before its time, but wait till it catch on. Wait till people. And it's funny, about time people catch on to Black, ethnonym, exonym, endonym, all that type of stuff. I didn't move on to Blacks, to a whole. So I didn't move on from the whole ethnonym, race, and descriptor. I'm over here talking about neologism. Neologism. I'm talking about neologism. I didn't move on. Whole new word, neologism. Whole new word. Neologism. And what is that? Yeah, we went through an ethnogenesis. So we need a word. We're a brand new people. We need a brand new word eventually. That is called neologism. A brand new word means it don't have no definition. There's nothing tied to it outside of you, what you define it as. So a prime example is selfie. Selfie only has one definition, family. It's a brand new word. It's a neologism and one definition. Nobody can come behind and make it mean something else. It's too late. Has a set one definition A. Okay. So that's what Blax is. Blax, I like it because phonetically it sounds like you're saying Blacks. It's like a play on words, a play on your ear, a play on pronunciation, to kind of like lullaby people to sleep, to believe we're using a racialized term and we're not. The same way they use a racialized term to make us believe they're using it in a specific lineage way, and they're not. Oh, we got a program for blacks? No, we do stuff for blacks. We got this, that, this, and that. But meanwhile, that word black ain't lineage based. It is, all those programs are under the black racialized term. You feel me? Racialized is used in a racialized context way. So they say it's for blacks, and you're thinking it's for you specifically, and it's not. It's for immigrants first and foremost, and maybe you can get some crumbs from that thing before Edward Blum knock it down. You dig? Chosen in 1619, before, maybe right before Edward Blum can knock it down. Yep, neology. Neologism. Look it up. Look at neologistics. Look it up. Look at the word neology. You'll see that's how all words come into play. They all were neologisms, all of them. And you set the stage when you have a brand new word. I already spoke with my AIs. They said, nah, this is the best way. This is way better than an acronym, and it protects you way longer than an acronym. Acronym has faults because they have preset definitions. People can crowbar their way into all the acronyms. You're not safe any of them. You're better off making up a word like ATLians and putting your own definition on it. The ATLian, I don't. That's why I got the link out there. Nobody could argue that. Like, you argue acronyms, and I'm telling you that the Outcast didn't trademark ATLian. A YT band group 30 years later trademarked ATLians, and because ATLian is a neologism, they was able to win that. They didn't trademark it because it's not a word that was already existing, and they tied it to this, tied it to that. Yeah, you might need to trademark it. But the fact that it's clear evidence they made the word up and put a definition to it, made use out of it, put context to it, identified it with something, it became theirs. They didn't need to trademark it. So like they won their trademark case in court. YT band from the UK was like, wait, what happened? We trademarked it, they didn't. They said, yeah, but they made it up. They said, damn, like this ain't a word that was already in existence, and they just was clever, made it an acronym, and you trademarked it. That might have worked. But they literally made this word up. There was no set uses of this word. Nobody ever said this word ever before in life. They made it up. And no, we're not gonna let you trademark it. Sorry, and they're gonna sue you, by the way. And they handled it like a disclosed amount, dollar. Yeah, they sued the YT background rock band group and got some paper out of it. You know, they Edward Blummed them, and you know, cease and desist. And they didn't even trademark it. Like that's how powerful neologisms are. You feel me? So yeah, I can play if y'all want and get emotional over words. Don't fall in love with words, fall in love with the lineage. Because we use words to describe the lineage. We use words to defend and speak about the lineage. Words change, the lineage doesn't. So don't fall in love with words. Fall in love with the lineage, who you are, your legacy. That doesn't change. Your ethnogenesis is set in stone. It's over. It's already done. Nobody can add to it. And you see how they try to crowbar Drake into our lineage because of certain words we use? Well, not with blacks. Not with blacks. There's no blacks Drake. Drake is not blacks. All right. I made the word up and I define it. Drake, you ain't blacks. Just like that. And no Liberian is blacks either. See how that works? You make up a word, you have the rules. They ain't black. They ain't blacks. So we won't be arguing that. Indigenous said, unbiased is becoming a linguist. I mean, yeah, I always like. I'm gonna say Malcolm X has. I was never like deep into it, like how Asar and Mujahideen, or I'm not like that. But I always had a thing for like studying words for Malcolm X. Like you know, I study Greek, study Spanish, and now I'm on the low key studying Gujarati, on the low. I'm like getting into that. You dig? Yeah, but like I do independent research, and sometimes somebody might have an idea, they bring it before me, and I take the idea to another level with the research that I put behind it. Okay. I'm trying to make this sandwich while I talk. Oh, so I want to play this video real fast. So I'm not sure what side he's on. I just know that he was talking about immigrants are mad at Tariq or not. So yeah, but I wish somebody can find that did anybody ever tell me if Sanetta did that? IBM did let me ask you, because you would know. Did Sanetta recently talk about FBA or mad at? Okay, so that's a question for IBM. He would know. Did Sanetta recently talk about FBA on somebody's podcast, whether didn't know W. Du Bois had a Haitian ancestry. Me either. You dig? But then when you really look at him and think about his name, it's like Du Bois. It's like, well, yeah, that's not far fetched. You dig? Because I had a immigrant lie to me and say, a non-black lie to me and say he was full Haitian. You know what? I didn't even argue it. I said, okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, I didn't even argue that. Still went and made my point. Like, yeah, you ain't gonna have me chimp out and argue this, but I don't know when his last name is Du Bois. So I'm like, well, there's some truth there somewhere. So I ain't gonna chimp out and just freestyle babble. I'll just concede that and move on with my point. Boot camp, he in the building. He said dictionary. I like that. Now, and by the way, if y'all already knew, if y'all look at my titles, you would see it's funny that uh do it. What's that? Can't even see. My glasses at. Good enough. I can't read it. But it's funny you said that because if y'all look at my titles, my old videos, I use the X a lot. Like even when you say like FUCK, I always say FUX. I always say you sucks. I always if y'all follow my pattern, I always use that X. And even with the Knicks, I can show you. I can screenshot my message with my. I'm from Jersey, so I got a lot of fans that's Knicks fans. I always put the Knicks NIX always. So the X thing was always there for me. So people who kind of like know me personally ain't surprised I got an X there. And then I got an actual X in real life. I'm a former member of the Nation of Islam. I have an X. You feel me? So, and I got some more information on that because before there was an X, there was another letter in place of your name. Okay. You read certain books, you would know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Malcolm X is had no. So the X ain't because of Malcolm X. The Malcolm X is a reference because you guys know who Malcolm X is. The X is an idea of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the founder of the Nation of Islam. Don't forget the nation. Don't forget Malcolm X joined the Nation of Islam. He didn't start it. He didn't create it. That X idea was already there. They named Malcolm X. His name was Malcolm Little when he joined and wrote his letter. So the way it works is in real Islam. Well, I can say real Islam, but in Islam, like the or Arab Islam, you do a shahada. It's like you make a pledge, you make an oath, whatever, you become a Muslim. But in Islam, that's not how that works. You write a letter. And in your letter, you're like asking their God for your X. The X is to replace the slave name, last name from you and give you an X. So they're saying the only person who give you an X is their God. So you got to write a letter to their God asking for your X, saying you're worthy of that. You no longer want to your slave master last name, and then you become unbiased X if they approve your letter. You feel me? So that's how So Malcolm X had to write his ex. He had to write his letter for his ex. That's how that works. Let him have going wild with the ex, but I like it. I like it. Like it. Yeah. Would just pop his head up on Sonetta the other day. If that was live, because nowadays you don't be knowing. That could have been a throwback, but it looks like he resurfaced on Sonetta talking to Jabari and Uncle now. It sounded like it was live. Yeah, but I was asking you, IBM, do you know if Sonetta recently talking about FBA or anywhere live on the internet? That was the question for you. Are you aware of Sonetta discussing FBA in recent time, like this month type recency? That was for you. Because the chat maybe watched the old video and thought it was something recent. You feel me? Okay. All right. So while you think about that, let me see where this guy was going. Let's play this real fast. If it ain't nothing, I'll end it. It could be clickbait. Where is it? The claws guy is too funny, man. Damn, the guy should be in here somewhere. I just. Yeah, Whack 100, he chimps out right here. Whack 100, he chimps out way too much. You could never sit down with like what you could tell like he is the king of chimping out. What Chud the Builder and Whack 100 should have linked up because that would have worked out perfectly. Like this dude Whack 100, like he is unhinged, bro. He got this fake bully mentality. Like nobody that 50 Cent type stuff. Yeah, that's why they just play the victim. I mean, I'm sorry. That's why they both just play the villain because most people don't tolerate bullies. So they're already villainized. So they just play the whole villain, and it's corny. So I didn't watch the video. I don't really care for drama like that and toxicity. But it turned out Whack 100 met with scholars from Sonetta TV and couldn't handle himself. He getting cooked. He chimped out and tried to act like he wanted to fight somebody, and Sonetta embarrassed him. So I actually like what Sonetta did though. He went out there and embarrassed him. Like, yo, you a coward. You got emotional problems, bro. You're always trying to steal off on somebody who's you like massively outsize. But when this other dude, when Big U was looking for you, you was on the run. You became Nori on the run eating. When other folks, when Aaron the plumber wanted to fade, he was like no show. But so guys who would do the fade with you, I think even the dude 4F whatever that blew his hand off, I think he wanted some smoke at some point. But it looks like when guys want to engage Whack 100 with that energy, he's never around. But when folks ain't really with that, like Flacco, he's extra gangster, extra OG. That bully stuff is corny, man. It's corny. Anyway, let's see what this video is about.
Podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. Give me 1 second. I got to reset the camera. He was getting abused. He was getting verbally and physically abused from his China woman. So he just got sick and tired one day. Something happened. I don't know what. Yeah, it is. It was costing them money.
Yeah, if you don't put more weights on that damn bench back there, bro, that bar weigh like 5 pounds, my guy. You can put more plates on that bench.
If it doesn't make this is where you don't get it. Then I think Tariq Nasheed got help from Claude Anderson. I heard that's his teacher, and he created Foundational Black American. That was and the thing about it, I'm glad he copyrighted it because at the end of the day, somebody would have stole it. All jokes aside, somebody would have stole it. And let's see, Claude Anderson is a failure. He failed Detroit. No, Claude Anderson did good, man. What are you talking about? Kwame Fitzpatrick failed Detroit, but you know, it is what it is, man. You can only you can try so much, and sometimes just shit just doesn't work, man. Like, let me ask you a question. You think Martin Luther King succeeded or he failed in what he wanted to do with life? I think Martin Luther King fucked us over. Oh, you did a double enter? You did a double send, huh? Yeah, that shit happens. No, it's I'm gonna say this, and I think when y'all get into political spaces, I was born in New York, wasn't born in Africa. Africa was born in me. We are African and African, nothing else. Hey, yo, Kwame's from New York too. Yo, Kwame, Shabaka's from New York too, man. Yo, y'all like cousins or something? Yeah, let me find out y'all trying to infiltrate me, man. Come on. I'm fucking with y'all, man.
Oh, he got revenue. Then you see how revenue go back to Kwame. He pick and choose when he resume when he comment. That's revenue, family.
How you doing today, Shabaka, man? You doing good today?
By the way, I want revenue to call in. Come on, revenue, come out of hiding.
Yeah, I see you came to. I see you came to stand 10 toes down with your peoples, man. Okay, yeah, you do your thing, my man. Yo, Kwame's already. Tell him, Kwame, you always ready, man. See how he's Kwame's ready for anything. Yo, we be talking about everything, anything and everything. You know, we're gonna have a good show. We're gonna have a good chat. And guess what? I checked. I was doing my little research on the collab thing. I can actually do it. Hold on. Let me see what it. So he said hyena piss. Jesus Christ. Yo, Kwame, what does Pan Africans drink? I want to know. FBA's gotta teach pseudo history. Y'all was Indians, Hebrews. No, we were natives. We wasn't Indians. We were natives. Hebrews, slave trades. Never. You know, so martial arts came from basically Africa. Yep. Blacks and Indians, red Indians. Yeah, we was mixing with everybody in America. That's why we look different from people from Africa, from Western.
Okay. Yeah, when revenue come to your channel and use his real name, and there, yeah, you ain't no threat. He's comfortable around you. He feel like he can like dominate and use. Now, IBM says this, but revenue literally uses my talking points. I can guide you to the conversations where I said it first and I cooked him with it and he started using it after me. So that's not an accusation. That's not an allegation. That is what it was and what it is. Then he goes to Tariq Nasheed show and try to say Ethel them can't say it correctly. And everybody think revenue got some wits. He over there cosplaying like he knew that in advance. So these FBA panels be thinking this dude is their peer. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's a force to be taken seriously. It's sad Revenue became a full-time troll. That's sad. I'm a little surprised because the way he tried to come on the scene, he tried to come on the scene where he should be taken seriously. He tried. I don't know if y'all peeped it or not, but he tried to come on the scene, at least my scene. I don't know about Tariq Nasheed's scene, but at least because he came to my scene first. So when he came to my scene, he tried to come off as an intellectual or somebody who's trying to be informed and study. I might have discouraged him. He caught so many flats over here. He just said, "Man, I'm just gonna walk." And he probably just chimped out, started to you know, become a full-time troll. I think I beat the seriousness out of him. You dig? Okay, but I'm always trying to get somebody over here. I had somebody over the other day, 4th of July. He chimped out immediately. You dig? But you dig? You got to ask yourself, if I'm a small podcast and I'm able to get people over here, okay, but I'm always trying to get somebody over here. I had somebody over the other day, 4th of July. I'm trying to get if I'm a small podcast, which I am, and I'm trying to get somebody over here, little me, and I'm able to get people over here, and like some of them way bigger than me, more well known than me. Why can't bigger podcasts get these folks on? Like that'd be my confusion. It's like, why can't did my phone just freeze? I think my phone froze. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, so I can't come off of. God damn. I dropped my phone one good time, and that thing got cracked, and it's been ball game. Yes, that's my thing. I'm a small channel, and I'm over to get people over here with larger followings than myself. I got to pat myself in the back. I got a lot of guys over here, a lot of women over here. Okay, larger platforms is that much easier to do it. It's like, why don't you want to engage with your cue? I mean, you're saying this person did something wrong. Why not engage with them? That's why I like Dewan being love sincere, love God, because they confronted Dr. Maya right in her face. They had the plat like they just like, yo, let's just talk. You dig? They did it. People respect that, man. Tariq Rashid confronted Professor Smalls right away. Like these other folks with these large platforms, like, why don't they interact with the people they say are the bad guys and expose them in their face? And if you're afraid to do it, then invite us up who will do it. Man, you can have a guest. You feel me? Hmm. Yeah. Maxwell Jenkins, shout out to you. I'ma really say, and I hope Revenue don't be discouraged to call in because Revenue, you get cooked anyway, so you ain't gonna look no better. But Revenue is remedial. You dig? He's remedial. Like that's why he can't really follow. That's why when he gets stuck and cooked, like he don't know how to just accept it and just move on. He'll just move on without accepting it, without acknowledging the truth. He'll just move on. It's like, that's not normal, right? That's not normal education. Like that's special education type behavior. That's remedial type behavior, my guy. Like you just got broken down. It's clear. Why not just be like, all right, okay, you got that. All right, Like it takes so much for him just to admit that he was wrong. Dude is very remedial. Perkins said, "That's me." Who's you, Perkins? Which one is you? Oh, that was your video. Yeah, man. Okay. Look, Perkins, listen, man. Let me warn you. Revenue is. I mean, you could talk to him and you do what you want to do, but revenue. Most of what he's going to tell you and try to sound smart, almost all of it came from over here, bro. Okay, almost all of it. So he's going to play like, oh, I'm just a person who deserves a wrench. He's going to act like he's your buddy. He's going to give him a wrench, and then he's going to subtly chimp out on you. Okay. Don't ask me why he chose the troll route. Wild. At least 50 Cent and Whack 100 took the villain route. You don't take the troll route. I'm looking for revenue actually. Call in because he called in Tariq Nasheed the other day and said some fake news. Okay. I need revenue to call in. I gotta check him. And we can't catch it. But no worry, because we are our brothers and sisters keeper. We got each other back. If I don't catch something, yeah, I get it. It's many lives where I had a smile on here and a poser. I didn't catch it. Another person caught it. Like Tiger Shakir Crane when we were debating, not even debating, when we had Chaotic Truth here as a guest. And there's some things I missed that when he talked, he brought it up. Like, I didn't think of that. I missed that. So that happens with all of us. The point is, we got each other back, or we supposed to. Hmm. Eat my second sandwich. Oh my God, it's so good. He got a Sissy Tyson quote from you. I'm trying to tell you, bro. And he won't shout you out for nothing. He'll be everywhere. Like so, he can't be like, yo, yeah, and I got that from by Ron. Like you can't like no shout outs. You gonna take it and no shout outs, no receipts. You just gonna act like it's all yours. Like wow. The revenue. I got a new word for you that you can bring to Tariq Nasheed or whoever else. I got a new word for you, buddy. Yeah, so I pride myself on independent research. I don't borrow no my research is my research. I don't borrow nobody research. So if somebody broke something down I like, I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna do my own put my own spin on it, research myself, and do what I do with it. You know, where I don't sound like a parrot of yours. And I'm gonna get credit. And I'm gonna give credit. Yeah, I really believe revenue is on that spectrum, like 100%. And that's not like a funny. I just like for real. Hmm. Almost done. Oh, so let me do this while we're waiting.
Text and everything, sir. You understand?
I understand that. I mean, I have family. You know, my grandma from Shreveport, Louisiana. My grandfather's from Nacogdoches. Up on little game, giving me a little bit more detail so I can know, you know, what I need to know when I talk about this type of stuff.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it. Land my plane there.
Where's all your family from, by the way?
My family?
Yeah.
My mom. You know, my mom. We've been out here from Louisiana, Shreveport, and all that.
But yeah, let's come on now. You better know your history. That's why it's important to know your history, family. No. We're foundational Black Americans, not just foundational Americans. Because yeah, people try to co-opt that. They can try to remix that. Now, when you say foundational Black American, now you're being very, very specific. You understand? Yeah, Blackness, the Black identity is legally and historically recognized throughout history. Blackness, that's been used to determine access, exclusion, exploitation from slavery, the 3/5 clause, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration. They were doing that to Black people. They use the word Black, and we're gonna let them know. Okay, yes, we're still Black, and you still owe us. I ain't about to make this shit vague. No. We're owed as Black folks, as foundational Black Americans. We're going to use the legal and social language used against us to get compensation, which includes Black. Yeah, we're removing Black, that disconnects foundational Black Americans from our unique cultural contributions. Hip hop, Black. Foundational Black Americans, jazz, foundational Black Americans, soul food, foundational Black Americans, hoodoo, foundational Black Americans, civil rights movement, foundational Black Americans. We're owning that. You understand? It's not just foundational, it's foundational Black American. See, we just say foundational American, that ignores the cultural, spiritual, and artistic genius that rose up out of Blackness. That's the thing that makes the shit so great. We did that when Blackness was being oppressed, and we still rose up and created all of these great things as Black people, as an oppressed group. That's what makes us goddamn superheroes to a damn certain degree.
Hold on. Let me invite. 1 second. Let me invite. Let's get chat up in the building. Let's get chat up in the building. And the link is there for anybody else. Chad, are you off mute?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. When he said that thing about MLK not winning,
The
I
brother from
believe,
the chat.
huh?
You talking about the brother from the chat, the video I played?
Yeah, the video you played.
Okay.
I want to say he's wrong. Yo, listen. I remember where we grew up at from the 60s to the 90s. I remember a whole town where there was nothing but black homeowners. My father bought his house at 31, and my family still owns this house to this day. And between AT&T and T and Bell Labs, they employed a lot of people who are from Plainfield, and they had good jobs and they were homeowners. Yes, MLK won. So I think old boy is looking at a 2026 mindset when he's looking around of all the things that they took back from him. Because
Okay, I got you.
by the time we got to like the mid to late 90s, a lot of the stuff that was gained from civil rights that our parents benefited from, we couldn't benefit from. I'm talking about people from our generation. But that's all I wanted to say on that.
All right, so let me finish playing because I stopped his argument, so I don't know where he's going with it. So hold on, let me see what he's saying. Why he believes Dr. King
Yeah. I
is
just saw
something.
the part where he said MLK failed, and I'm like, no, he didn't. Because the generation behind him, which is my parents' generation, yo, like between like you remember how we were in the 80s? A lot of us went to
Yeah.
private school, some of us did, some of us didn't. But also we lived in the suburbs. Like it wasn't a lot of my family that was in the hood.
All right, I'm
But
gonna play it
yeah.
right now.
All right,
Hold on,
play
don't
it.
go. No, don't leave. I want to hear. I
All
want
right,
to get
I'll
your
go on
reaction
mute.
to
I'll go
his.
on mute.
Yeah.
I
All
live
right.
in Pan-African community with Caribbean businesses. He's not. You crazy as hell. Kwame is a great African name. Yeah, man. I know Kwame got his name from the dude off the Captain Planet. You know, yeah, that's where that name came from, Alpha Captain Planet. You know, Kwame. You know, Earth, Wind, Fire. 5 years ago. But the only bit if I ever do drink beer again, I would probably only drink blue. Not, never happened. I do think Black Americans and I think this Black diaspora, like Blacks, Caribbeans, Mexicans, Latinos, were Hebrews. I think they are the Hebrews.
Trying to find a Dr. King thing. I might have passed it.
No, not for me. I get what you mean. Rando. It's just I don't want nobody to try to take you out of context. I really want to have a great conversation with him. He don't mind debating y'all. He don't mind talking with y'all. He don't mind, explaining himself. I just seen a DC plantation.
Yeah, I think I might have
And
passed it.
y'all get into
Here we go.
political spaces. I was born in New York. Wasn't born.
Here we go.
Yeah, let me find out y'all trying to infiltrate me, man. Oh, everything, anything, and everything. The collab thing, I can actually how to
Damn,
do it, but it's
I'm
gonna
around
be
here
good.
somewhere.
Well, shit, you live in Queens, my man. It's because I was gonna get weed, but that was it. They have
So now look. So this is what I mean. So now, Aurora Shali Perkins could see what I'm saying. He he's a small channel. Like I'm small, but he's way smaller, and he's trying to come up. You feel me? He's trying to get recognition. He's trying to go. What I mean, have his moment. You see how I found him? Like he didn't put his link in the chat. Like I read his comment. He said, "Oh, that's me." I didn't plan this. This was just I'm just that guy. Like I could find stuff. I just find stuff. And what I'm saying is, if I can find him, right, who have a small channel that's really he's small, like he's growing, and he's like unfindable. You feel me? Like he's on his way to like be where everybody else is at. But right now he has a long way. But look how I found him. I found the unfounded findable, right? So you trying to tell me I could find him and play him? Didn't know he was in the chat. You're telling me these other bigger FBA channels ain't see my videos? Like, stop. You're telling me they ain't come across me? They don't know who I am? Stop. The same way I'm much bigger than my channel's much bigger than Perkins' channel, but I still found them. The same way other channels are way bigger than mine, they still found me. They pretend I don't exist. Okay. They're no different than white tea supremacists. Like they're like, oh, let's not highlight him or give him a shout out because then he might be competition. Like it's the crab in the barrel mentality. Yeah, I'm playing my man video. I didn't have to play this video. I could say, oh, he got 51 likes. I'm not getting no shine. I ain't gonna play him. Nah, I played him. Didn't know he didn't chat. That's what I do though. Like I'm not intimidated. I don't feel like it's competition. I think people, it's just 50 million of us. There's enough for everybody. Like that's always been my mentality. Like, there's enough for everybody. Like we all can eat in these spaces. We don't gotta gatekeep. We all gonna eat. But I'm being gatekept by folks from the lineage.
Some good weed out in Yonkers, man. Hey, what's good, Rando, man? How jealous? FBA's take the opportunity.
All right, let's get to Dr. King.
Nothing else. Yo, he be on the
I'm around there.
White man. Why? Some of his shit just to me is entertainment, but he's a weird cat, man. Like he don't even know what the fuck is he talking about. That's where that name came from, Alpha Captain.
Yo,
question, you know, but I can't. I can't drink regular beer. I thought we were Hennessy drinkers. Damn. Yeah, the Cavassier is a little bit more. What you? Oh, history. Like blacks, Caribbeans, Mexicans, Latinos.
Were we here?
Let me stop. Educate Julio. There were more than just native that they would think.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Actually, let's start the show, man. We did a doesn't work, man. Like, let me ask you a question. You think Martin Luther King succeeded, or
oh my God! As soon as chat hop off, I find it.
he you can only you can try so much, and sometimes shit just doesn't work, man. Like, let me ask you a question. You think Martin Luther King succeeded, or he failed in what he wanted to do with life? What he wanted to do with black people? What are you talking about? You see Claude Anderson and Tariq Nasheed's movies all the time. You know, Africans are not jealous of anything. Africans is struggling for liberation. People are dying, ignoring ignorance. Africans and America.
Hold on, let me let chat back in. Yeah, this minute I find it, he hopped off.
Americans are still trying to find out what to call themselves. We African. Are you from South Africa? Yo, Shabaki, are you from Africa? I mean, South Africa? I feel I'm getting vibes that you're from South Africa. Are you a freedom fighter or something? Yo, man, I hope you're a freedom fighter out there in South Africa. Integrate y'all into the white society.
Here we go.
No, he fucked us over. I think Martin Luther King fucked us over. First of all, he died. Second of all, he started being radical before.
All right, now hold on. You can't just leave it like that. You can't say first of all he died. Everybody died, but he died an untimely death. That's so he ain't just die. He died. He got assassinated.
Exactly.
Right, right. Now,
Thank you
yeah.
for
So
bringing
yeah,
that part up, Ron.
that was a bad word choice of words right there. Really bad. Yeah, he didn't die. He got assassinated. He's a martyr. Like yeah, so he got assassinated for his words, his efforts, his work. So you cannot ever say that about people who got assassinated, and especially in Black American culture. I mean, foundational blacks, and we got assassinated. Yeah, like right, like man, why his name's missing me? My man from the Panthers who got assassinated. What's his name? Fred Hamilton. Yeah. So
Fred
when that happens to
Hampton.
people,
Fred
yeah,
Hampton.
yeah. Fred Hampton. Yeah, so when that happens to people, you just can't say they died. These guys got assassinated. Like this was a plot.
He died. He started actually protesting reparations. Martin Luther King.
Okay, so now that's the part right there he didn't see. Let's go back. So check it out. So that's the dot he missed. You know, we supposed to always connect dots. Check it out.
Integrate y'all into the white society. No, he fucked us over. I think Martin Luther King fucked us over. First of all, he died.
All right. So now I'm gonna write his points down. I'm gonna show you how I do this. You write your points down because, like, you know, when I have dialogues, I like to speak to people's points, and I have questions. When people talk to me, they never got questions for me. I'm like, damn, nobody in the world got questions for me. Everybody just got rebuttals
And then
counter arguments.
also
Okay.
he real quick, Ron, he missed the point where Martin Luther King said one thing: I integrated my people into a burning house.
Yeah, well, he might say that because I'm stopping him. I just want to write
All right.
down his points. They
All right.
died.
Second of all, he started being radical before he died.
Okay, so radical before death, right? Okay, death. Now, if y'all can see it already, like he kind of like answered it. Yeah, so he died, but he was radical before he died. Y'all don't see that connection? All right, hold on.
He started actually protesting reparations.
Okay, so he's an advocate, right, for reparations. Next time we go to Marshallton, next time we march at Washington, we're going for a check. Okay, advocate reparations before he died, right? So he's kind of like, so he didn't play hangman, right? He played hangman, created the hangman, but don't see it. All right.
Martin Luther King. So all this stuff you say about reparations, Martin Luther King was for it. He was
So
asking
what
for
happened?
tangibles too.
What happened?
Real talk. He was asking for tangibles. Yeah, he was. You must think I'm
Yo,
lying, huh?
Ron, pause it for 1 second. But he used the wrong choice of words when he said he protested reparations. Would lead you
Yeah.
believe that he was saying Martin Luther King was against reparations.
Yeah. So I kind of knew what he meant. He
He
meant
should have
he
said he
advocated.
protested for reparations.
No, he advocated for reparations is a term
Yeah.
you want to say. He was an advocate and he promoted and he actually demanded. He was a catalyst for reparations and he what's the PRO word? He missing me. I'm tired. Yeah, but yeah, he promoted reparations. But I get what he was trying to say. But yeah, it definitely the way he said it, my first thought was Murray wasn't against reparations. Yeah, 'cause he said protest. That means you're against something. Right. It's just a bad choice of words, but I got him.
Yo, Shabaki, where you from, man? Tell us. FBA group. A motherfucker give you a taxi cab, y'all think he y'all. We don't give a fuck. The table anymore. Double enter.
Okay. So now here's it. So I'm my brother right here. He look way younger than us. So Aura Shalin. All right. So I'm gonna give you some advice. Okay. You said he died. Bad choice of words. That's actually I know you ain't mean it this way, but that's actually disrespectful. If somebody got assassinated, that means there was a plot to end this man's life short, and it was a political assassination, which makes it worse. It's like JFK, Abraham Lincoln. When you are politically, see, this ain't what's the dude the rapper who got assassinated? Well, not he got deleted in that PNB. This ain't PNB type style. This ain't Tupac. This ain't what's the old boy name? Um the dude to Tariq's man who got deleted at his store. Nikki, no,
Nipsey Hussle.
yeah, Nipsey.
Nipsey
Yeah, I'm
Hussle.
saying, look, bro. I woke up so early today, bro. My brain is not there. Okay, they all died, right? They got deleted, red rummed, right? Dr. King, Abraham Lincoln, JFK. That wasn't that. Fred Hampton. What? That wasn't that. Malcolm X. That wasn't that. Okay, they got assassinated for political reasons. That makes them more, not to be funny, but that makes their death more important. Like when you believe somebody for political reasons, that means that you believe what I'm saying and doing can change the world. Okay, so horrible choice of words. Never say died again. He got assassinated. At least say red rummed. Okay, then he admitted that he was radical before he died, right? And he said he was an advocate of reparations before he died, right, Chad? So simple dot connection over Shaolin. Could he have been deleted, assassinated because he was radical and because he was an advocate for reparations? See, all you had to do was just mix up what you said and put it in proper order. You said it backwards. You said he died, and then when you die, you're done. Then you named the things. So you said the last thing first and the first things last. You're supposed to say he was radical and advocate for reparations, and then he got deleted. So now it's 1 + 1 is 2. He most likely got deleted for those things and more. So you can't say a guy fell short if they got deleted for doing the things that could have made a big change. Yeah. So that's a little bit of advice. Yeah. You got you want something, John, in that chat?
Nah, you covered all the bases on that one. I just wanted to bring that point to life. I was just hoping you would catch it. But
Yeah.
go ahead, keep
Another
going.
thing is, you want to be careful. You can learn from me. Look how folks chimped out on me. You gotta be when you speak about people and things like that. Blacks, a lot of them would just chimp out, or what I mean. Some don't want to think no more, and they'll just react a certain way. You dig? And they will try to abandon you. You feel me? So Dr. King is well beloved in blacks in black society. That might not. I'm just advice. That might not want. If you plan on growing big, you might want to leave that name alone. Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to do that. You want to grow big. In this spaces, is information blackity blacks space. Yeah, there's some names you don't touch, and Dr. King is one of them. I'm just saying this space, this blacks space. Yeah, Dr. King is like an untouchable name. So just some advice. You might not want to do that. Yeah. There are some names you like, there's no way to criticize them because they mean so much more. So even in their shortcomings, like their efforts and what they did was so much greater than any shortcoming that might have came. Mm. And that's why I don't like to speak on things like that. You dig? Because you know why? Because I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna research it and get you out the real information. I'm not gonna chimp out, go with the fake news, the headline reader. Nah, I'm gonna research it for real, for real. And I'm gonna find the real information. I'm gonna give it back to you. I'm gonna disseminate it, the real information, and you might not like it. You might call it the ugly truth. I'm gonna call it the soul truth, the SOUL truth, the Blax truth. No. I got the soul truth, SOLU truth, and I got the Blax facts. That's what I got. I got the soul truth, SOUL truth, and I got the Blax facts. You dig? Yeah. Dr. King ain't yeah. Especially when you really start to look at what he did. You got to know that he was mentored by one of my heroes,
I'm mad at
A.
the
Philip
dog.
Randolph. A. Philip Randolph mentored Dr. King. A. Philip Randolph incepted the March on Washington. That was A. Philip Randolph dream and goal. But he's a little older. He didn't HATE on the youth. He said, "Hey man, you drive this home. I think you got the glow, the soul glow. I think you got it.
But also,
I get behind you."
who was the dude? His name was Vernon something. The dude that was before Dr. King.
Brian, who?
Dr. King. No, his name was Vernon something.
Okay,
Look it
and
up.
what was he? And what was he? We say before what? Like what did he do that Dr. King
He
did
led
later?
he led that same church that Dr. King was the pastor of. Never mind. I'll look it up and I'll come back.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so I even told a Pan-African was like really hard on a Blacks community. Oh man, we got so much to go. Oh, blah 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 blah. And I was and I look, I let him eat. I let him go in. And then one day when he was like not chimping out, I was like, yo man, like I called him like, docile, like, yo man, we came a long way from plantation, bro. Like we're out here Googling, we're out here billionaires, millionaires, $1,000 heirs. You know what I mean? We're out here buying homes and want to be denied homes, but at least we got a chance. You think we're not marginalized outright. There's no blatant, you know, can't go here laws, not in our face. There's a lot of opportunities that we got, and that's because we were fighting. You dig? We paved the way for where we are today. No, nobody brought us to the promised land, but this is the promised land compared to those on the plantation. If they could
Okay.
see us right here, they'll say it's the promised land. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Vernon John. He
Okay.
uh was the person who preceded Dr. King, and he
As
was the
far as what?
one the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church.
Okay. Yeah, the
And
church.
he
But
was
what about activisms?
from 1947 to 1952. He laid the vital groundwork for the civil rights movement, and he was saying that forget about integration. Dr. Vernon Johns was like, yo, we should build our own businesses, do our own thing. And he was giving loans to people,
Hey, bro.
to black
He,
individuals so that they could
bro,
build their businesses up. So we didn't have to
bro.
go to the white tea businesses.
Wait. So he's going to give the loans out. So he's saying these $1 million banks where our money is stored at, right? They were stolen. You dig? He's going to give the loans out. So he's Superman. So he's the black Jesus of the time. Is she like that? That's for? I don't like when people do that. I don't like when people. I'm talking about him.
No,
I don't
they
like.
were saying that they were giving their money to the church, and the church was
To
giving the
do.
loans out.
No. Yeah, I'm saying
Dr.
why
Vernon
would you?
Johns was doing it.
No, right. I hear you. I'm saying that's the worst way. Like, why? That's hard, bro. That's the Umar approach. That's the donation approach. That doesn't work. Like nowhere in
Yeah,
life.
but he wasn't scamming people.
No, yeah, but I'm saying no, but that's a scam though. To believe that donations could sustain a community. Like, nah, that doesn't do it. Like nowhere in life. Like I would love to get an example of donations sustaining a society. Nah, bro. That doesn't work. Like people get that to us because they don't know no better. No. Our banks during segregation were only savings banks. They were not allowed to be investment banks. A lot of folks don't know that. So like, even our banks was handicapped. So they couldn't really grow. Even though they had massive wealth, they couldn't grow because they weren't allowed to invest money in something else. You just hold the money.
Well, okay,
Okay.
I will say this. It was a small hat person that I had a conversation with. You know
Wait,
what
wait,
I
wait,
mean
wait,
when
wait,
I
wait,
say,
wait, 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 I got you. But before you do some anecdotal, all I'm saying is that the way wealth grows is not for somebody's personal pocket. Like nobody can fund at that time, Dr. King time, it's like 20 million of us. Like first of all, do you know the richest black man was around that time?
who?
The Black Titan out there that tweet that she talked about, AJ Gas in Alabama. So he didn't even have AJ Gas and money. So you damn sure ain't gonna fund nobody um freedom fight. You dig? So that's not gonna happen. But even he ain't do that because that doesn't work. Doesn't work. Like
Well, how
what you
does
want
Tariq
is
Nasheed does his movie?
yeah, that's movies. He's not loaning you money to buy your freedom. He never promised you the promised land from watching Hidden Colors. This is entertainment. This is
But how does he
education.
make it a colors? I'm getting to a point.
He crowdfunds
Thank
for
you.
himself, right? It's yeah, but yeah,
Yo, that's what Dr. Vernon
hey,
Johns was talking
hey,
about. This
wait,
crowdfunding.
stop. Okay, hold on. Your first words was Dr. Vernon was gonna. He said, "Don't integrate." The smart thing. See our money integrated because they excluded us. They ran highways through our stuff. They burned our societies down. They took our money. They took our labor and they put it in their society and they kept it from us. That's the problem. So Dr. Vernon saying, yeah, don't go where your money's at. Don't go up north to those jobs, all that stuff you talked about earlier, those good jobs. Don't go there. Stay here, and I'm gonna give you money, and somehow
I
we're
don't know.
gonna be
I don't
great.
know if he said that. I have no
That's what you
evidence of
said.
that.
You said that though.
No, no. What I'm saying was, yo, they took the money from the church and they were funding businesses. That's all I was saying. I didn't say he
Right,
said, don't do that. Don't go up. No.
right. That's what churches that. But churches do that today. Churches get money from their congregation, their members, and they go buy land and property. So nothing. So that like that method never was. No, the church has always done that. Churches always took money from the members, right, and invested it in things that was in their best interest. Like, but yeah, but that had nothing to do with integration. I mean, for him to be against integration because he's personally doing his own thing, it's like, yo, what that got to do with me? Like, I don't have the money from the church. I don't have that. I'm an individual with a family, and we need equal opportunity at jobs, at banks, at loans, and home ownership, and civil liberties. Like, we need this type of stuff. You're saying don't pursue that? Just join your church and donate money like that. That sounds like Umar to me. Yeah, nah. I want to
Nah,
be
it
great.
wasn't. It
I
wasn't.
want to do
It
my own
wasn't
thing.
Omar.
Okay,
Okay.
but
Have
I
you
don't
ever seen the bank? Have you ever seen the banker?
know. But I would like to learn more about Dr. Vernon. Hold on, before you say, wait, let me get his name because I want to learn more about Dr. Vernon. I want to know what he was about because maybe you're just misrepresenting him. But the way it's coming off,
Dr.
I don't know
Vernon
if you.
John.
Yeah, the way you're representing him is coming off like Umar. All right, hold on. 'Cause, like you donate to his church and he'll deliver you heaven type shit. All right, hold on. Look this guy up. Dr. Vernon Johnson, right?
Johns. Johns. Johns.
Okay, Dr. Vernon Johns.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, here we go with this. Laptop being goofy. Come on, man. Connect. All right, Dr.
You
Vernon.
want me to read it to you? Because I'm looking at it right now.
No.
I want
I
you
know
to
how to
read it.
research. No, yeah, no. I want
Mm-hmm.
to type it in. No, I know what to ask. Okay, I don't want just some random cherry pick read. I want to ask the right questions to get a full scope of who this guy is. That's what I want to do. I don't want no so vague nothing. I want to know the comparisons that he had with Dr. King. I want to know was he before Dr. King and which way, and was he an activist? Like, yeah, I know what to ask. Hold on, Doc. Okay, what did Dr. Vernon Johns have in common with Dr. King other than
Actually, you did
uh,
in the beginning.
other than being a member of the same church? Did he reinvest? Cause you mentioned Turk Nasheed. Did he reinvest the church money in a go fund me crowd fund type
Now you phrasing it
style?
different.
Now I got yeah, but AI is smarter than both of us. AI know how to take. Listen, I don't know. You must don't use AI. AI will perfectly put it the way it got to go. I use AI all the time, so I know a lot about what I know, and it corrects me. So it'll say, "I know what you." It say, I even spelled something wrong. It say, "Hey, it's not spelled like that. It's spelled like this." And so AI is beautifully smart. So it don't matter how you type it up, it knows what you're trying to ask. Okay, I use about 5 different AIs. All right, and right now I've been leaning towards Claude, Gemini, and ChatGPT the most. I do Venice. I do Grok as well. I think that's 5. All right. So crowd type style because you said it and but it's going to correct anything I'm saying wrong. It's going to correct and give me. It's going to fill in the void. That's what AI does. Crowd type style to invest in black businesses. And watch this. What did
The chat, YouTube. This is why I mess with Ron.
what did
Because if
he
I'm wrong, Ron's gonna tell me I'm wrong in about 30 seconds.
black Americans to do if anything, or was he about his personal business? Because it sounds crazy. That's why I'm looking it up. Um, okay, so was he an activist like? Can you compare him to Dr. King and did he accomplish anything remotely close to Dr. King? Please give me the rundown on Dr. Vernon John and the Black empowerment movement. That's what we're talking about. All right. Yeah, that's what I said. Now I know what to type. You type what you type, you can read it, but I'm gonna type what I type. Because you compare them to Dr. King, so I want to see those comparisons. If there's they're comparable in any way.
He was the one they kicked out, and then they brought in Dr. King.
Why they kick him out?
Now that part I don't remember. I'm not even gonna lie on that,
Interesting.
but I could read it to you.
Nah, I got it. It's coming up. Because I don't know what you asked. I can't see your screen. So I just read what I asked. Yeah, the Claude thing is pretty good. ChatGPT couldn't do something for me, Chat, and it said, "Hey, we just can't do it for you. It's out of our hands." So I was like, "All right, well," I said, "Can you refer another AI that can do it?" And that the ChatGPT said Claude. And bro, I subscribed to Claude, and it did do it. I'm like, wow, AI can reference AI, like wow, it did. But that's the type of time I be on. All right, and okay. So Dr. Vernon Johns, 1892, 1865, is one of the most important but often overlooked figures in the civil rights movement. He is best known as Martin Luther King Jr.'s predecessor at Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Montgomery, Alabama. However, his significance extends beyond simply occupying the same pulpit. The short answer is yes, he was an activist. Yes, he inspired Dr. King in several ways. No, he did not build a mass movement comparable to King's. No, there's no evidence that he organized a crowdfunding style investment fund for Black businesses using church money. All right, so that's what I said. That doesn't make sense. So that's wherever you got that from is
Okay.
false. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll tell
So
you. I'll read this part. It said
good.
the passage before Dr. Martin Luther King at the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in Montgomery, Alabama, was the pioneering civil rights forerunner, Dr. Vernon Johns, who served from 1947 to 1952, laying the vital groundwork for civil rights movement by aggressively challenging segregation. Dr. Johns was an
Wait. So he
outspoken.
was challenging. Wait, you said he was anti-integration. It sounds like he's pro-integration.
He said he was challenging segregation.
Right. So that means he's pro-integration.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Dr. Johns was an outspoken, unorthodox leader who refused to sit at the back of the segregated buses, sold produce
Right.
on church grounds to raise money for social causes, and preached defiant sermons on topics rarely touched by his peers. Often
Mm-hmm.
described as a man ahead of his time. In his biography, there's a link to that, details on how confrontational style eventually led to reset. Never mind.
So he was a pro-integrationist, right?
Paving the way for Dr. King to take the pulpit. Okay, yeah.
Right. Now you said he was anti-integration, right?
Yeah.
Right. You see how that's a big mess up. That's why I say let me look this up. That's why I ain't trust you. I said now let me look it up. That don't make no sense. How is he the predecessor for Dr. King, but he's opposing Dr. King's position? All right. So Vernon Johns was a Baptist minister, a classically educated scholar, a farmer, a fierce critic of segregation, an advocate for Black economic independence. Unlike King, Johns often worked as an individual voice rather than a leader of a large national organization. Yeah, you see that? Individual voice. So, I mean, he kept it small, simple. He was an activist. Long before the Montgomery bus boycott, Johns publicly challenged segregation. Examples included refusing to follow Jim Crow customs, encouraging Black people to stop accepting humiliation, publicly confronting racist laws, delivering sermons that criticized both white supremacy and Black complacency. Okay, these actions made him controversial within Montgomery, including among some members of his own congregation. So now we see why he got kicked out. Did he inspire Dr. King? Absolutely. King arrived at Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in 1954 after Johns had left. Johns had
After
already
they
been
kicked him
challenging.
out.
Let's say he left. Okay. So far, your research has been suspect, and it's been going all over the place. We didn't get that. It says King arrived after Dexter Avenue Baptist Church in 1954 after Johns had left. They don't say he got kicked out so far. He
I'm gonna
just
send
left.
you the documentary where they
Okay, yeah,
kicked him out
okay.
and they brought in the
Hey,
younger
bro,
Dr. King.
bro, hey, bro. You know documentaries aren't based on facts, right? The whole facts, right? You know that's not scholarly. Okay, a documentary can have a lot of bias in it. Michael Moore do documentaries. A bunch of Jared Taylor, Richard Spencer, they do documentaries. So documentaries don't mean absolute truth. Documentary just mean a documentary. And you can have a lot of bias in there. You can have a lot of fake news in there. So yeah, a
But
documentary
not
ain't
that
research.
one, because I'm right. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
Okay.
kidding.
Yeah. So that's not research. So that's what people think. People think, hey, I watched it. It must be true. No, that's not scholarship. Okay. So John had already been so before he left, he had been challenging segregation from the pulpit, encouraging resistance, pushing the congregation to think beyond accommodation. Many historians view Johns as helping prepare the church and to some extent the city for the leadership that King would later provide. King's style differed markedly. He built coalitions, organizations, and sustained campaigns, whereas Johns was more of a provocative preacher and independent thinker. Yeah, okay. So he planted seeds, but he planted seeds, but he was not what you were. He did good. He had a great thought.
Nah, but
Things
he did
actually
the
starts with.
crowdfunding before.
We didn't read that just yet. Okay, so let me keep going. So, what did Vernon Johns believe? One of his strongest messages was stop depending on white society. He promoted self respect, economic independence, education, land ownership, dignity. All right. Did he promote black businesses? Yes. John frequently encouraged black people to support black owned businesses and farmers. One well known example is that he sold produce from his own farm and urged black residents to buy from black farmers rather than relying exclusively on white
That's the
merchants.
part where I was going to.
Yeah, that's not so far. We didn't read crowdfunding, but we're getting to it. This reflected a philosophy of economic self-help. Did he create a crowdfunding investment model? There is no reliable historical evidence that Vernon Johns pulled church money into an investment fund, created a rotating investment association through the church, operated anything resembling modern crowdfunding or GoFundMe, organized a church venture capital model. He certainly encouraged economic independence, but not through a documented investment cooperative of that kind. So
Yeah.
that's 100% fake
And
news.
you know what?
So
And you know what?
wait, hold on,
This is what
I'm
I
gonna let me get that. Wait,
hold
let
up.
me
No,
get that. Let me
no.
get that.
Hold up.
Let me
I'm
just read.
I'm
Let me.
about to say this about you, and this is what I like
Okay.
about you,
Okay.
because you forced me to realize this. Me reading this, I heard crowdfunding, and you reading AI showed me that I was wrong. My bad.
Yeah, because you watch the
That's all
documentary.
I was. Yeah,
You got to read it. Yeah, that documentary stuff.
yeah.
Nah, the most likely person was a Pan African, and he was like gassing it up. Okay, so was he a businessman? John owned and worked a farm. He sold produce himself, sometimes even after preaching. He believed productive labor and economic independence were honorable. That was different from using
Now,
church
me
finances
hearing that, I'm
as
saying
an
that's
investment
crowdfunding.
vehicle. Yeah, but it's not. He's made it up.
It's
Was he
not.
comparable to Marcus? Okay, so he didn't. Yeah, but he didn't take nobody money. He did his own thing, and he sold you goods for your money. So he did the bartering system. He didn't take your money and put it in his pocket. He didn't do that. So he uh, so the comparisons of Dr. King, they both were Baptist ministers. They both opposed segregation. They preached dignity and equality, inspired Black communities to challenge injustice. Differences: Johns was more confrontational in his preaching, worked largely alone. Shit, Dr. King heard that. Vernon reminded when Dr. King met Malcolm, he thinking of Pastor Vernon. He worked largely alone, so he worked largely alone. Less interested in creating national organizations. Focused heavily on moral courage and self-reliance. All right. Yeah. So he's not on Dr. King level at all, zero. But he's an interesting person. That's important to know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So great guy. The guy definitely helped revolutionize Dr. King's approach to the civil rights movement. Yeah, so he had some influence there. Dr. King toned it down a little bit. Yeah, so Dr. King, went a different route, sort of, but then came back his way later. He started saying that the burn the house thing and going to
Yeah.
Washington for it.
Well, Who wrote that book? Who wrote that book? Uh, uh, Somebody wrote a book, and I listened. I listened to it only once. It was an audio book. It was like Martin Luther King after 1964, after Malcolm X died, and they was like, "Yo, listen to Martin Luther King before 1964, after Malcolm X died," and you see he started talking about Malcolm X, and then what I was saying about
Dr. King never talked
Vernon,
about Malcolm X.
huh?
Dr. King never talked about Malcolm X.
No, they were saying listen to how different he talked after Malcolm X died. I'll bring it back to you when I find it. It's actually I heard the interview on the Breakfast Club. I never read the book, but the way the guy explained it, it was actually really good.
Was the author the Asian guy?
No, it was a black dude.
Okay.
And then I'll give you my sources later, and I'll give you my sources in a few minutes. But I thought that was
Oh,
good, and then
wait. So let me just respond to Mr. Charleston. So Mr. Charleston said, new to this channel. I appreciate you. Welcome. He says, and I heard you use chimping out. Are you trying to introduce that into the Black American vernacular? Leave that over there with the races. We're not using it over here. All right. So let me educate you, my guy. Like you said, you're new here. Okay. So if you're new here and a word sounds offensive, then you should have first of all, click the link. You should click the link and speak to me like Chad is.
and
All right.
and
Hold
tell
on.
you the
Hold on.
truth.
Wait. Let me just get this out. Speak button. Okay, so you should click the link and talk to me directly, and you can understand why I'm using it. Now, IBM is in the building, and this is Black Man, and he knows, like I know, that chimping out is a white T man action. So what I'm doing, Mr. Charles, is that I'm reminding the world where it originated from. Chimping out is a real action that originates with white tea people. They even said they're monkeys through Darwinism, right? And they even drew Darwin and his followers as monkeys. They said Darwin was chimping out. Okay, so long
And
before
tell you the
Chud the
truth.
Builder, hold on, wait. I'm trying to just relax. I got you. Relax. Let me get this out. I'm actually educating the brother. So long before a Chud the Builder, white tea people since 1790 and maybe even earlier been calling each other monkeys. 1790 for over 200 years, long before they even introduced that to us. So let me educate you, my guy. You're new here, thank you, but you're talking to a guy who's like a self-proclaimed historian. So Italians, when they came over here, Americans drew them as simian monkeys. The Irish came over here, Americans drew them as simian monkeys. The Germans drew the
Was it
small
the
hats as
Irish or
simian
the
monkeys. Wait,
Jews?
bro,
I mean,
let
the
me
small
get
hat.
that. Chat. You got to listen, my boy. You keep butting in, you're not listening.
I'm
I'm
going on
getting
mute.
there.
I'm going on
Yeah, I'm
mute. I'm
getting
going on
there.
mute.
Yeah. I just said them when you cut me off. You keep cutting off too early. You got to listen. So let me back it up for you. 1790, when the Brits and France were beefing, they both publicly called each other and depicted each other as monkeys in their propaganda machines. Not a black man in sight. Not a black man in sight. Okay. Um, Irish people, Chad's cutting in and not listening. Wasn't even done. I was going in. It's called going in. I'm like going in like Lil Wayne and what you call son or millionaire Corey Guns. I'm going in. Well, I ain't landed the plane. I just took off. So France, the French, and the Brits were calling each other monkeys, simian, like people, black people with no in nobody mind. They were saying they're chimping out each other. The Irish when they got over here, Ellis Island. No, Irish was Crystal Grave and Ellis Island, but Crystal Graves. Okay, when they got over here, they were depicted as monkeys. Americans said they're chimping out. Okay, When the Italians got over here, Ellis Island, they were depicted as monkeys. Americans said they were chimping out. Chad, the Germans drew the small hats and depicted them as monkeys. They said the small hats were chimping out. The Russians drew the Germans as monkeys and said they were chimping out. Okay? So all throughout Europe, Mr. Charles, white people been chimping out on each other. Chimping out is a word for them. It's a horrible, disgusting action that some of us picked up. For example, gangsters, that's chimping out. We picked up that from them. Okay? The Bumpy Johnsons and all those guys, we got that from them. They were the original chimping out people that were gangsters. So we borrowed a lot of ugly actions from white people, but the chimping out originates with white people. Even Chud the Builder himself was chimping out, trying to get people to chimp out. He was chimping out to get people to chimp out. So chimping out is a real disgusting action, my guy. And I like the word because our youth was using crashing out in its place. Here's the dangerous thing, Mr. Charles. Crashing out in YN society was something to be proud of. It was not a shameful action. So a guy could go delete so many people and they would say, yo, Pookie crashed out, and they'll laugh about it. Yo, he crashed out. It was seen as like a badge of honor and something to like DIE for. Okay, to look for fame for, right? They're crashing out, and that was like something that was paraded as a good thing in YN culture. Chimping out is the same thing as crashing out. Okay, when the Triple K planet crosses, burning crosses on people's land, it's chimping out. To have 100-year plus rule of Jim Crow is chimping out. Okay, plantation slavery, chimping out. Exclusion, extracting, burning down business districts of ours is chimping out. So chimping out, my boy, is an action from white people that some of us borrow. A small, tiny fraction of us borrow that action. But chimping out, according to the context Chud the Builder used it was people spontaneously, what's a better word? Impulsively acting on feelings and emotions is unprovoked. You didn't think twice about it. You just did it. That's white tea society as a whole. Okay. You got a school to prison pipeline chimping out. You got redlining chimping out. Those are all chimping out. So chimping out, my guy, is an unthinkable, heinous action. It's very impulsive. You give little thought to your actions. You just do it because you have a feeling in you. You know, spraying up children's schools. That's chimping out on the next level. You dig? So horrible, dirty police chimping out. Politicians lying, stealing, chimping out. You dig? Mass incarceration chimping out. So no, bro. We're not gonna let white people empower a new N word over us. We're gonna completely neutralize that word, take it and neutralize it, and remind them that they are the original chimps. They even created some type of science to say they're chimps. They created a scientific model to say they're chimps. So nobody chimps out more than white people. That's something we just started to recently adopt. And some of us ain't even we, it's other folks, not even people from the lineage. They just look like us.
Can I say something there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, listen, I don't like that vernacular used towards us. Just like I don't like the N word. And like yo, that chipping out, like yo, it really like yo, it really messes with me. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you, Perkins. He said I was cooking. Nah, yeah, nah, because
But
I did. I got you. Yeah.
but you explained
That's all I'm
it
gonna say. But
perfectly.
yeah,
You explained it perfectly. Like now I can't argue with you because yo, you explained it really good.
yeah. All I'm saying is that you don't let people bring a word to you that's the new N word. Okay, there's a never again moment that we have to live out. The small hats did it, and so does the LGBTQIA plus community, and so does the PETA community. That no dogs, don't hurt no animals. Okay, so we got to have a never again moment as well, and it's starting with me. We're never going to allow a foreign people to come up with a name and empower it where is used to denigrate us, right? And shame us. So once Caterpillar started to bring out chimping out, I immediately knew their history. Like these guys are
Yo,
again Darwin.
I didn't
Hey,
know
Chad,
tripping.
you gotta stop cutting. You gotta stop cutting. You're cutting in while I'm going in. You gotta stop doing that. Okay. So Darwin literally came up with a scientific theory about how whitey people chimp out. Okay. Whitey people drew him and his followers as monkeys, simian type people. So what I'm saying again, chimping out is an action that whitey people have done for centuries, and now they're trying to reinvent the wheel. They're trying to revise history and now put that word on us when they have centuries of chimping out. I didn't forget. So I'm like, oh no, 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 no. That is y'all action. It's an ugly action. And I'm replacing crashing out. I just explained crashing out is not a shameful action by our youth. They're crashing out and they think it's cool. They're deleting people, ruining their lives. They think it's cool. Chipping out replaces crashing out. Now it's back to shaming that type of behavior. And folks, all of what I said, folks just heard me just talking. They didn't listen to nothing. They got into their feelings and they just doubled down. It's like, so nothing I said made sense. It just, you don't like it. That's personal. That's impulsive thinking. You don't like it. Okay, so what? That's a personal feeling. You don't like it. Okay. I just gave the history, the rundown on white people calling themselves, and that was just invaluable to people. That's why sometimes I think I just be, you know, I might as well just be, start talking about Whack 100. And I might as well start talking about doing Trap Lord Raw, talk about NBA YoungBoy all day. I might get 1,000 live viewers. Like let me stop being too smart on a live. Let me stop making too much sense. Let me just chimp out. Let me just go ahead and just talk about Charlemagne versus academics. And really, really, yo, one day I'm gonna do a live where I'm just talking about Charlemagne versus academics. And watch there be 1,000 people listening. And all this great research I do, I'm gonna put that research into Charlemagne and academics. Yo, did you know in 2007 academics said this and Charlemagne said this, and they was beefing way back then, but it was a Cold War. See, so it was always brewing. So when Jay-Z said this and Drake said that, that was actually, or when academics said this and Charlemagne said that, actually they were the mouthpiece of Drake and Jay-Z. See, really, Drake and Jay-Z were arguing and going to war, but through the mouths of through the vessels of academics and Charlemagne. See, they both bought. They both bought. See, y'all ain't know that. That's deep, right? Oh, that's deep on bias. Super chat, super chat, super chat. Donate. Cash it, cash it, cash it, cash it. I can do it. Like, yo, I can easily just say, you know what? Y'all good. Let me take my talents over here and get into the messy stuff, the safer stuff, because when I talk about people get offended and they want to hurt you. I could do the whole Charlemagne academics thing and loose and green, and I could do that good too. I could do it better than academics and those guys. I'm a better researcher than them. All they gotta do is show me the way because I'm catching up and I can see what they're talking about, where they're going, and I can do better research and I could disseminate it better than Charlemagne and academics. Unbiased Round podcast. I'm just talking about street stuff. Maybe do a Street Talk Friday, Street Talk Tuesday. I'm telling you, I just said a mouthful of great, valuable information. Folks just talked around that and said their opinion and how they personally felt. Bro, I'm not giving you a personal feeling. I'm not giving y'all, I'm not giving none of y'all personal. I'm giving y'all history. As soon as I get done, nobody talks to what I just said. And I just complain about that. Why when I make sense, And when I drop my mic, land my plane, why nobody just speak to what I just said? Why everybody just speak around it, speak over it, and just give me their feelings? Like, wait a minute. I understand. Okay, you're one individual. I got it. I got your feelings. A lot of Black Americans got feelings, and their feelings cause them to do bad things, bad decisions. Okay, so it's time we put facts over feelings. But that's supposed to be the code. But a lot of us put feelings over facts. That's a fact. That's a Black's fact. That's a Black's fact. That's a Black's fact. A lot of us we value feelings over facts. I feel this way, so I don't like you. You said a mouthful of jewelry, mouthful of diamonds, gold, precious metals. But screw all that, because I feel a certain way, so that's more important. This is about how I personally feel. Screw the whole lineage, because I'm in my feelings. The whole lineage could go to hell until I feel better. That is not the real world, man. Hmm. That is not how the real world works. Okay? We ought to be ashamed that we're grown as hell, and that's exactly why the youth does it. They get it from us. Feelings over facts. They just crash out. They don't like what you say. They crashing out. They go to prison forever, and they're sending you to hell. But it doesn't matter because they were in their feelings and it felt good. It felt like they should do it. Now they going to spend 30 years regretting that decision, but it felt good at the moment. So, oh well. That's why in logic, man. That's why I say I promote critical thinking. Okay, that's what I do. So I'm not going to let white people reinvent history, revise history, and come up with a word that they try to make it about our actions. And as I'm listening to Chuck the Builder, I'm watching this chimping out white guy. He's over here provoking people, saying N word the most. I mean, just he's not even having a conversation. He just N word. It's like, yo, what's the point of your podcast? I mean, you're live streaming. Like you're literally just promoting for, and then when somebody responds to you physically, you'll say they're chimping out. So now I'm trying to understand his definition of chimping out. Like, wait a minute. So chimping out is when somebody responds aggressively to your disrespect. That's chimping out. So oh my god. So chimping out ain't what you're doing to get such a reaction, a violent reaction. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. I might want to debate Chad the Builder and what chimping out is. So what you doing chimping out? Yeah, so I got the definition I got the context from Chud. I got it from Chud. So I'm like, yeah, chimping out is reacting impulsively because somebody hurt your feelings. Okay, then Chud, you're the master of chimping out. It reminded me of their simian history. But that was an easy 1+1 for me. Like, y'all the masters of chimping out. But again, we just hear a word and I don't like this word no matter how somebody explain this word away. I don't like it. That's just it. And remember earlier I said, hey, don't fall. I told everybody, I said, don't fall in love with words. And don't fall in love with them and don't fall in hate of words. I say words are words. Fall in love with the lineage. And if you're gonna dislike something, dislike actions against the lineage. But words change. Words can mean one thing one day, mean something totally different the next day. So I don't like this word, but the word means something 100% different later. Like the N word. A lot of folks don't like the N word. But guess what? A lot of Black American, Blax community use the N-word. You dig? And they added a whole new context to it that don't have a derogatory sense at all. Like, you did. And I can't say I'm a big fan of it either. I hope we just drop it all together, but I get it. They took the power out of it. So much so we can say it on the job and nothing happens. But let your coworker say it who ain't blacks. I said we did. Same thing with chipping out. Chipping out, you can say it, but you better not say it. You dig? The N-word. We can say it. You better not say it. That's been always our mentality. We control the power of words and we dictate who can say it, who can't say it. And then you can say what you want, but there's consequences to what you say sometimes. Especially if we're warning you that that is an offensive word. Don't you direct that word towards me. Now I can direct it towards you because I know your history. But put that thing towards me. Yeah. But yeah, man. Some of y'all just gotta grow, man. You gotta learn to grow. Remember, it's the ugly truth versus the soul truth, SOUL. So not every truth you're gonna hear be the soul truth. And soul truth just means a pleasant truth about yourself. Sometimes you're gonna hear ugly truth about yourself. A lot of times it's the ugly truth versus the soul, SOUL truth. Not all of your history is beautiful. Some stuff we likely to forget on purpose. But we can't behave like YNs. Oh, let me guess, you don't like that word either. You dig? Like, nah, come on, man. It's like, then how do you don't like no words, right? So how do you relate to the youth? Like, nah, that's a fair question. You don't like no words that they use. So how do you relate to them? I can tell you how. You can't. You don't even try. You can't, and you don't even try. So I get it. So I get why everybody's so opinionated, and it's your opinion or it's the highway. I get it. I get it. But I would love to see y'all and y'all communities with y'all youth. See how y'all get along with your youth, and you can't even speak to them because you sound so foreign to them. Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of times it ain't just what you don't like, right? There's a lot of things y'all might do I don't like. I don't smoke marijuana, never did in my life. I don't like it. Now, I could judge you and say, hey man, you don't like chimping out, but you blow a lot of trees. And by blowing a lot of trees, you're guiding our youth to blow a lot of trees because they won't be doing it if they ain't see you do it. They won't be doing it if they ain't see you talk about it. So, it's easy, I always say it's easy to boycott something you don't involve yourself in. So if you're not a woman, if you're not a Black woman, it's easy to boycott Asian businesses. if you're not a black woman, it's easy to boycott African braiding shops. But black women, challenge these blacks men to boycott those dispensaries, those weed dealers. See, when it's time to boycott something you indulge in, we'll see. We'll see. It's always easy to boycott something you don't participate in anyway. You got to know that. Boycott beer. Boycott Hennessy. These been targeting our communities forever. Boycott menthol cigarettes. Boycott Philly blunts or the tobacco wrap that y'all got from the Jamaicans. They brought that degenerate way to indulge in marijuana. The tobacco leaf, which makes your marijuana addiction another level. Because now you're not just addicted to marijuana. If you are, maybe you're not, but you're definitely addicted to that tobacco. So you crave for marijuana, but you don't know if it's just the tobacco. You just might need a cigarette, but you're in denial. So you put the marijuana in the tobacco, and you feel better. Like, hey man, I'm not addicted to tobacco. I just like marijuana. Yeah, okay. Smoke that marijuana without that tobacco leaf. Tell me how you feel. Tell me if you got what you're supposed to get out of it. I don't like when y'all call non-black people black. That really bothers me. I don't like when I say things that's great for the lineage, great information, for years straight, and y'all can't remember or you haven't learned it today. Call in and let me quiz y'all on Xing them, into them, that's them. Brain game, brain drain, brain waste, brain circulation. Let me quiz y'all on that. I don't like when I'm saying things, great information, historical information for years, and we don't know we don't know what it is today. A. Philip Randolph, Robert F. Williams. You dig? I don't like that. I don't like when my people hear me talk about Black's history all day long and don't learn it. I talk about race versus ethnicity. I talk about Edward Blum. I talk about a lot of things. I expect you guys to know damn near everything I talk about. I say it all the time because repetition is the best way to learn. So at some point, I expect folks to know it. I expect blacks to know it. All right, hold on. At some point, I expect blacks to end up knowing it. Okay, I'll switch to my laptop. Trying. It won't, why I can't switch to my laptop? I am connected. Okay, whatever. All right, it won't let me switch. All right, let me just type it in there. Annoying. 1 second, my friends. Yeah, but a lot of us don't like some stuff that we do. But do we change because we don't like it? Do we stop being who we are? Or do folks say, "All right, man, this is me though"? You dig? Well, y'all beer drinking, cigarette smoking, marijuana puffing. I don't like that. Now, are you gonna stop today, or are you gonna chimp out and keep doing it? You dig? Those are unproductive actions that lead our youth astray. Those are unproductive actions that lead our youth away. But do I trip on y'all? No. I barely even talk about it. I barely even talk about it. I did like one show on marijuana and nicotine, menthol cigarettes. I did one show. You can now share browser tabs, share a tab constantly while keeping. Okay. See what that says? All right. That's dope. I'll consider that one day. You dig? Like I said, it's always easy to point that finger, but you know you got a couple pointing back. So that's why we're supposed to have these conversations. We supposed to be transparent and open, and honest. But yeah, it's a sacrifice. Everybody got to sacrifice, not just one person. But who's willing to sacrifice? That's the question. That is the question. Who's willing to sacrifice? Who's going to make that change? Um, Let me see. I was trying to get this troll of the lineage on. Let me see if they responded to my It's a lot of trolls out there that I'll be trying to get on here. All right, hold on. They be tabbing out before we even. Hmm. Yeah, nah, but unfortunately, chipping out is real action, and it's not an FBA action. I'll say that much. The origins are not FBA, so we got to stop letting white people define and dictate words. Like they're the same people who came and told us that black is a race. They said, man, that the hell with how y'all using it as an ethnicity, man. We ain't respecting that. We're gonna put it on wax that it's a race. We ain't gonna put it on wax as ethnicity. We're gonna make y'all ethnicity African American. Then we're gonna make that a race and leave y'all without an ethnicity. We're gonna paper ethnocide y'all. What you gonna do about it? Dig? That's what they do. And what you gonna do about it? They say afterwards. Yeah, I did it. And what you gonna do? Damn right I did it. I took your ethnicity, that was an ethnicity for 30, 40 years, and I snapped my fingers and made it a race where I included people from all over Africa, the island, and Haiti. Everybody black. Are you African American now? Well, everybody that too. Now go coward away. Like, no, man, white people, yo. So some of y'all, you better check your genealogy, man. Y'all might not be full FBA. Your FBA, we don't respect white people twists on words and redefining words. We don't respect that. Shut the builder said it, so it's about us. No, it's not about y'all. I ain't forget. I know your history. My listeners don't know your history, but I know your history. That's y'all word you trying to put on us. We're gonna put it right back on y'all. And then we're gonna put on anybody that fit those actions. Because we're gonna shame these young folks from crashing out as though crashing out is a great thing. They got that thing as a positive action. Damn. Hmm. All right. 1 second, family. Oh, we got IBM in the building. Hold on, my guy.
All right.
Hmm. All right, we hear you.
Yeah, what's going on? Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love,
What was
brother
that?
Unbiased. You hear me? Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead.
Yeah, I said peace and love to the chat. Peace and love to my brother Unbiased. You know, I understand where you're coming from. You know, you putting a slight on the word, you know, to take the sting off of it because, you know, like you say, this is what they do. They reclassify us all the time.
Right.
We've been all kinds of different names, and you know, and this is what, you know, even with the N word, and you know, I would say black too, you know, you know, and I have it in my name, but you know, like I said, you know, so I can understand where you're coming from, but I can also understand where songwriters coming from, you know, and the ones in the chat, they kind of have a problem with it, you know. I mean, it's an opinion, you know, and you know, like I said, you know, I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but you know, you just got to remember it's opinion, and everybody has one. And you know, what you was talking about, you know, you were on point. You know, I mean, you didn't go back far enough, you know, because you remember how I brought out Carl Linnaeus. You know, he's the one who brought out anthropomorpha, and you have Ankh and all these, you know, so-called scientists talking about, oh, you know. See, the anthropomorpha, that's where he created the monkey chart. And one of them was called Lucifer. If you want to pull that up so we can laugh and show the people how the origins of this thing, where we were classified along with the animals during slavery in like 1755. And he's, you know, splitting humanity up into 4 different groups and classifying them. And our classification was lazy, lustful, and cunning. You know, and we both, Unbiased, he's seen the video, you know, with Dr. Joy DeGrasse, and is telling you about Carl Linnaeus. See, he's the creator of taxonomy also. So when we do these history, which we've done, you know, Unbiased knows about them, we've argued and back and forth and all that stuff over the years, you know, to come to common ground today, you know, on some of the things that we were saying, you know, some of the things that he taught me and some of the things that I taught him, back and forth. But we just got to remember the origins of this thing. You know, the Catholic Church was the ones who, justified it first. See? In the 1400s, during the papal bulls, during the Spanish Inquisition, they were saying that the African was of the devil, and he had no he had no soul, and he was of the devil. And then see those people coming from Africa to, saying they was coming from Africa to America, they was putting that on the people. But then you also had people in Unbiased, we've touched on this too. Unbiased brought it up recently, Walter Plecker, who changed the narrative and the race because he ran the census. He ran the census in America. So, and he changed their race from Native American or Indian or whatever they called themselves to Negro because they had Negroid features. We heard that in a whole bunch of Spanish writings of the conquistadors who come over here and said that they looked like they were from Ethiopia. They were Ethiopians. But you got to remember that they're passing around the narrative from Carl Linnaeus because Carl Linnaeus called, classified those people and called them Afro-Niger, N-I-G-R, Niger is what they say, but it's actually pronounced Niger. And that is the origins of Negro. They're both Latin, from the Latin, speech. So, and this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with that monkey-minded mentality. They started it. The first modern scientific racism started with Carl Linnaeus. Now, the term African race started after the first papal bull that influenced the transatlantic slave trade, which was in 1452. That's the first papal bull that was major in helping, justify the enslavement of the people the non-believers and the African, or the black, or whatever you want to call it, because they, were always put it less than, and that terminology, that lingo, and all that moved over here on us. And Linnaeus' intentions was to move into the new lands of America, because in 1755 America was established by then. So he wanted to move his mess over here. He wanted to move it worldwide, and this is putting the superiority of the so-called white man over top of the so-called black man. And then you have Carl Linnaeus, and they're weaponizing these terms like race, because race was just an athletic event. Somebody, two people or three people, how many people running to the finish line to see who won. But he takes the term, weaponizes it, and then breaks humanity up into 5 different groups and calls those races. Puts the whites on top and the blacks on bottom. He's supposedly the father or one of the main founders of zoology and anthropology. You see? And he's saying that he created craniometry also. This is right before phrenology. So this is the first group. But, when Unbiased gets a chance, we can pull up that anthropomorpha on Wiki and have a good laugh, because one of the monkeys is called Lucifer. And he looks like a sunflower, a man with a sun, and then, and then us at the end, we got a stick and we look like a full monkey. But the other monkeys look more man-like. See what I'm saying? So this is where this narrative comes from. And this is where this wicked science comes from. And if any like Unc and, like I said, the ones out here promoting evolution.
You talking about Lucifer TT monkey?
Huh?
Lucifer TT monkey.
It's on if you just type in anthropomorpha in your Google
screen?
search. Yeah.
So you talking about that person right there? That's TT. Lucifer TT monkey. See?
And see, Lucifer that goes all the way back to the beginning. Yeah, that goes all the way back to the beginning. You see what I'm saying? So this is Carl, huh?
It's Chud the Builder. He's chimping out.
Yeah, see, and these are the ones who's promoting this narrative. They're promoting the narrative around the world to try to justify doing to us what they're doing because we are nothing but animals. See, they're classifying us. The church is saying that we have no souls and we are of the devil. All of these things, because in 1493, after 1492, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue, he was given the right to enslave the Native Americans. So these papal bulls and this trade, it went from there, from there and to here. Those papal bulls were written about here too. So that's why they're so important. You see what I'm saying? And they play a major role in this promotion of let's say the evolution of the lie. Because that's the only thing evolving out here is the lie that they're telling. Because it went from Carl Linnaeus with anthropomorpha, ANTHROPOMORPHA. Anthropomorpha. Like I said, unbiased, if you pull that up, it will show you on the side, it'll show you a little thing, you hit that, and it'll show you the four, in their drawings, because most of these people have never met a monkey. You understand? These people weren't living around monkeys in England. They just heard about them, and they making up stuff. You see what I mean? I think Darwin got to, meet up with one monkey, or orangutan. Let's just call it primate, because that's the term that anthropomorpha became after it fell out of, grace. So they changed that anthropomorpha to primate. I had this argument over there with side other than them in the chat. I beat them up because they were saying, "Oh, we're primates. We're not apes." I said, "Don't you know that primates and primates and chimps are apes? Apes and chimps are primates. They both fall under that clade." They didn't even know that. They just be over there running their mouth, man. You see what I mean? But this is where primate comes from. This is where your monkey-minded nincompoop stuff comes from. This is these monkey-minded men. So I understand exactly what Unbiased is saying. Now, Unbiased, please pull up anthropomorpha for them. Please, just pull it up so we can laugh, because I'm telling you, it'll tell you. And even if we show Dr. Joy DeGrasse with the post-traumatic slave syndrome video, This is all passed down. The lie just keeps getting passed down. Unc and them was giving Darwin the credit, right? I laughed at them and told them, I said, y'all don't even know the origins of this thing, because it starts with Carl Linnaeus. And then Blumenbach takes the word race, creates the term Caucasian, creates craniometry. He says that humanity started off white because skulls are white. The human skulls that he was working with are white. There's no science behind none of this. And the lie keeps evolving and getting bigger. You had evolution first, then you get the Big Bang in 1927. The Big Bang came after the evolution story, but it's still trying to justify the BS that was promoted before. The same lie. And then you get to Galton with eugenics, and then he starts implementing it, and actually putting it into action, sterilizing people, saying that they're unfit. And that all comes from Darwin's work. Darwin was saying at some point in time, the lower races, see the term race? That's Blumenbach. The lower races will be exterminated by the more advanced races in a short amount of time. This is Darwin talking. And when we're talking about Martin Luther King, Margaret Sanger said, "I don't want the Negro to know that we want to exterminate them, so we'll use the ministers to quell any of their more rebellious members." And you see it playing out right now. What is that, Magnificent Five or something like that, Unbiased? Those dudes that came in and got with Martin Luther King and was agents. You know, instead of trying to get reparations. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What was the name of that group?
I was trying to think. I can't remember, but
you know what I'm talking about, though.
Okay.
They had a name, right?
So, wait. So how do you feel about the term "chimping out"?
Well, like I said, I mean, you know, I think it's funny, and it's wordplay. Just like you know, we said, you take the N word and you adopt it upon yourself, and you take the sting off, and then you also can, you know, like I said, tell them, hey, look, you can say that, but you know, you can't say it around me if you want to be my friend or you want to be in my, you know, around me without any problems.
Yeah, but hold on.
You know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is, why not call out? Okay, when they do the most heinous things, like Rick Child chasing after Cyrus, why can't that be chimping out what Rick Child did? The dude end up not stealing no water. They still accused him of it. He left the store. They chased the dude down. Right? That ain't chimping out. If that ain't chimping out, then what is chimping out?
Yeah.
See, so what I'm saying is chimping out is a real action, and it's a shameful action. A lot of people who I talk to, bro, either from TikTok or YouTube, when they get on here and they start getting out of character, disrespectful, and I say, hey, stop chimping out. Guess what they do? Guess what they do?
What's that?
When I say that word?
They get mad.
IBM?
Yeah, they get mad.
Lou, still there? You on mute?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I say, guess what they do? When I say stop chimping out, no, don't forget, I say they're out of character. They're talking over me, being disrespectful. And when I say stop chimping out, guess what they do?
They get mad.
They stop chimping out. That's what they stop. They act right. They get right. So, but if I say, yo, stop crashing out, they would keep up. So what I'm saying is crashing out is the same action as chimping out. But do you agree that our youth took crashing out? Now that's a shameful thing, but they kind of made it a positive thing, right?
Yes.
And it's bad, right?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, like crashing out in our vernacular, crashing out is not a bad thing in our vernacular. The way we use it is not. It's supposed to be. It's shameful. It's degenerate behavior, but we don't see it as a negative. We see it as funny. Oh, she crashing out. We never use that word in a negative connotation. But chimping out is the same thing as crashing out. See, chimping out adds the shame back to that action. Crashing out it removes the shame. I'll say it again. When you replace crashing out to that action with chimping out, it adds the shame to the action. When you call that action crashing out, it removes the shame.
Yeah,
that kind of went past people. So chimping out.
I see where you're coming from. Like I said, I see where you're coming from.
It's like, yo, chimping out keeps things correct in its correct context. Yo, you're behaving unbecomingly. You're being very degenerate. It's embarrassing. Dude, you're chimping out. You're not crashing out because you're gonna smile and think it's cool. You're chimping out, my guy. That's like a new word for cooning, like, dude. But it's not just for us. For example, when I say YN, I don't reserve that just for the lineage. I call any youth acting wild YN. White T man, Asian man, whoever's young and acting a fool, you know, or a little wild, not too bad. That's a YN.
Yeah, because they all come from. Hey, look, according to science, they all come from Africa. So Lucy got some explaining to do, and white people ain't nothing but generic niggas. But you know,
hey,
I mean,
you can't say that word. You can't say that word.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But
that ain't me.
You know, I'm joking.
That's just YouTube and TikTok. So you can't say that.
My bad, fam. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Please forgive me. But you know, I was just joking. But at the same time, I can understand where they coming from when there's, you know, if it comes from somebody like that, Chud the Builder, who's always talking. Because I didn't know nothing about chimping out. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. And then when they said Chud the Builder said it, I said, oh, no, because the only way I know about him was because I seen a video where this guy was out here trying to say the N-word to everybody. And I'm
chimping
like,
out, right?
Yeah, nah.
So wasn't he chimping out?
I didn't hear him say that. I didn't hear him say. Like I said, today is the first time I heard about chimping out.
No, but
I
wasn't
just seen
okay. No, but the question was, Chud the Builder actions when he was going around calling everybody N-word. Isn't that considered chimping out?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could
Right.
say that. Yeah. Yeah. You could say that. Yep. So I mean, are we going to use it if we going make this word fit for us? Are we only going to use it for when we talking about the white man? You chimping out
No.
for the white
Listen.
man, or
Listen.
the white man's a chimp?
Right. So look, shameful actions is chimping out. So if when Bobby Shmurda got on that damn table, start dancing, you remember that?
Oh yeah, for those for the people, like that group of white people,
Bro, that's chimping out.
his handlers.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
That's chimping out. And what Chud the Builder was doing, trying to get somebody to respond a way so he can use violence, or what I mean. So he's provoking them to use violence so he can
for
use
content and money. Yeah, using our pain for content and money.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I was saying was that Chud the Builder was the one chimping out to get somebody else to behave like him, which is chimping out. You feel me?
Yeah.
So he's trying to get you to use violence so he can use deadly force. That's the difference. He wants you to use violence so he can use deadly force. That's what ended up happening. So
at the same time, using programming through propaganda, because he's using those words. You know what I'm saying? And he's hoping that they catch on. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Against us. And like you say,
but it backfired.
He says the N word to you, and then he wants you to come and with your reaction, and then he can say you're chimping out, and that gets his content and moves his channel and all that stuff. Yeah.
But it backfired, because now we're using the word, because now that we're looking at his actions, he was the main one chipping out everywhere he went to get. So he's looking for a chipping out reaction, while he's actually he's the one chipping out. So it's like, dude,
he's the one that's
you're the one chipping out, my guy. So we're saying chipping out is a disgusting action, and it's not reserved for Black Americans. It originated with white people, as you just pointed out, as I pointed out, and now it's an ugly action that other people borrow.
Yeah.
So we just giving a historical context and saying, nah, you don't got to use it, and you don't gotta like when it's used on you. Nobody's saying bow down. You ain't gotta use it. You don't gotta like when it's being used on you, just like the N word and whatever word you don't like and you don't use, but they're just words used to express an action.
Well, classify you. This basically is what they're just trying to classify you and put you into a certain bracket. And we were never a part of their end game. Remember that. None of the people of color were ever a part of their end game. So it doesn't matter, it does matter where you come from and knowing your real history and also identifying yourself. So that's why, I don't get on Tariq as bad as using indigenous, because he wasn't indigenous 3 years ago neither. But, I love Tariq. But Tariq, he's helping. He's out here trying to get people to know we can identify ourselves now. We don't have to take these terms that was given to us and adopt them upon ourselves unless we want to. And you know what I'm saying? And we can define ourselves. We don't need these people to define us. We can define ourselves. So trying to define yourself today, and over all the negative connotations and all the things that we've been called, I don't see no problem with that neither. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, that's why, but at the same time, we have to know the history. And that's why I'm trying to get my brother Unbiased to, start bringing some of the history, y'all, so y'all understand, because, then that way y'all can see where this wicked, and then, like Unbiased said, the dictionary gets new words or new definitions every, couple years? Maybe even every year. See what I'm saying? So words get redefined or new definitions every year, and there's new words added to the dictionary every year. You know what I'm saying? And then when you have somebody with some influence like Chud the Builder who's getting press, and he's out here trying to, demonize us even further using propaganda, just words. using terminology, just words, you know, to you know, reap off our pain and show, you know, that America really doesn't care about us. They never have. We have, you know, I mean, we're still slaves. We're debt slaves, you know. And when it says the definition of indentured is to sign a contract to work for someone for a certain amount of time. So when you fill out your job application, you become an indentured servant. When you go to prison, you become a slave. It says that in the, you know, Constitution. But, you know, just stuff like that. And you know, we know that America is big business. We know that they put out the narrative and they promote the narratives around the world about who we are. And
right. So now when you say who we are, when you say who we are, who's the we in your mind?
Us Black Americans.
Okay, now you know that's still not, that could be that could be anybody that's African and dealing with African ancestry, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's say foundational Black Americans then.
No.
I mean, let's use the term
look. What I'm saying is that you just said that they are controlling A, B, and C and how we are being framed, right, or being depicted, and just off those words, those words is part of their control, right? Because Black is now a racial classification for anyone who they believe have African ancestry. So even Black is part of that control narrative that you were saying. Black is legally a race. So it don't matter if you put a foundational there, native there, indigenous Black man. That word Black, if you start an organization with that, and you're receiving funds, you're taking advantage of these funds out here, and you got popping, and you say, hey, this is only for Black people, native, indigenous, foundational. Edward, you know what Edward Blum is?
I've heard the name, but I'm not familiar.
You know what Edward Blum is? No?
Wasn't he a senator in the Senate or something?
Right. Well, Edward Blum will come around and say, I need that money. You just violated Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act 1866 and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. I'm suing you. You just violated civil rights. And I'm suing you for this X amount. Okay? So that means all the money that you had in that organization, gone. Wow. I'll take that and I'm going to dissolve your organization. Now you got to reword your organization. So he did that to Arian Simone. You know what Arian Simone is?
No.
Yeah, activist, Black American from the lineage activist who wanted to do something for Black women. She wanted to do something for Black women entrepreneurs, raise some funds for them, and have like some competition for them to get funding for their businesses. Edward Blum said, who is this for again? Black women. And he said, okay, when you say Black women, are white tea and Asian women included? She said, no. They come out halfway. No. He said, I'll see you in court. He sued her for every dollar and made her use the term, this is for disenfranchised women. So she wasn't even allowed to say Black women no more. So she made it for disenfranchised women. And we know who that were, right? We know who that ended up being. They ended up being a lot of white tea women.
Well, just like civil rights, you know, our people fought for civil rights, and then guess who ends up the main contributor? The white woman. You know, they the ones who gain the most out of civil rights today.
Mainly because it was called civil rights. It didn't have the word Blacks there. It didn't have the word African American there. It didn't have the word Negro there. It had nothing that directly associated to us that did not include white people.
Yeah.
So they purposely made it race neutral, so all could be included in it, and that's how that was able to happen with the white people taking advantage of it mostly. But if the word Negro, if the word African American, those words, if the word Black or Blacks was there, then it would have been impossible for all these people to come over here and take advantage of that more than us. It'd have been impossible because our name would have been on the bill. So how's it possible? That's like a Nigerian scholarship. How is it possible other folks is getting a Nigerian scholarship over Nigerians? It's impossible. Their name is in the scholarship.
Yeah.
So that was a finesse, and that's why we are demanding an anti-black
Let's get one more
bill.
example. Let me get one more example. I'm sorry. Let me get one more example. Black Lives Matter. I was watching YouTube and I was, seeing the Black Lives Matter meeting. So that's, and the black guy looked like he was distraught and the title didn't sound right. So he goes into the Black Lives Matter meeting and there's all these LGBTQ flags. And they have the police escort him off the premises. Now, mind you, this is a black man, a black American. And LGBTQ took it over and ran his black ass off the premises. And I said, man, like you said, so that fits right into what you just said. If you name it black, they can just take it over and take all the, get all the resources and probably even take you to court and make you pay. So it's crazy. So like you said, that's why I say it's so important to define yourself, like you say, in a way that, we're going to have to find a way that the courts see legitimate, a legitimate title for what we, what we are stand for.
See, but that's why just now when you said, to identify the man, you said black American, right? And this is the confusion that you're running into that we've been pointing out. You're saying black American. In your mind, you're thinking of a person in particular. But legally, when you say that word, that is anybody from the Caribbean, Haiti, Black America, or Africa.
Right.
So basically, by saying that, is very ambiguous. It's very vague. It can go to Africa, the island, Haiti, Hispaniola, Haiti, or Black America. Like that's how stretched that word has become. It speaks to nobody specifically.
Right.
So even though in your mind you have somebody in mind, those two words coming together pointed to nobody in particular.
Yeah.
Legally.
I was just going along. I was just going along with the Black Lives Matter.
I got you, but I want you. I got you, but I want you to comprehend what I'm saying. I got you, but you got to speak to what I'm saying though. I'm speaking.
No, you're right. You're right. No, you're exactly right. I mean, it refers to anybody that with a dark hue that they want to classify or consider black.
Right.
Not just us.
So this is the confusion because we're going around saying African American, Black American, and we think we're speaking to somebody in particular, and you're not. It's always vaguely, ambiguously anybody.
Yeah.
That's why the call to delineate was made. And so now that's just by you trying to identify somebody, we're all confused. So imagine you trying to direct tangibles or money and resource to somebody with that same root word.
Lingo.
That compound word. That same you saying Black American, African American, they're like, so the American government's like, yo, so who is it going to? And once you say Black Americans or African Americans, what they're going to say to you is that's too broad. This is the American government. They're going to say they can't. It's illegal. It's too broad. They can't do it. They're going to say you got to narrow it down. It can't be for Black Americans because there are a billion Black Americans potentially coming from Africa, hundreds or tens of millions potentially coming from the islands, and 50 million from America. So they're like, yo, so it's too many people. So they say you got to narrow it down. We need to know specifically who are these people you're referencing. Now, with that being said, our race would be what? According to your knowledge, our race is what? When I say our race, I'm talking about Africa, Haiti, Jamaica, the islands, and America, Black people in America. Our race is what?
Well,
that's not a trick question. That's a trick question. Our race is.
I mean, I know. I don't subscribe to race. I'm biased.
No.
But,
I know,
like
but I didn't ask your opinion. I'm saying our race legally, on paper in this country, is what?
Black.
Right. You just spoke about the racial construct. You don't know what the races are? Right. Okay.
Yeah, I do.
So that's the race. What is our ethnicity?
Black.
What is our
Jimmy.
ethnicity? Do you know?
I said black.
You just said that's the race.
Okay, so what's
So if
the
that's
what's
the
the
race,
ethnicity?
well, okay, like Haitian, a Haitian person in America,
Oh,
and
American.
no, hold on, just hear me out first before you say that. So
All right.
A Haitian person, if they come into America, their race is black, African American, but their ethnicity is Haitian. If an Igbo Nigerian comes to America, his race is black, but he's still ethnically Igbo
Igbo.
or Nigerian,
Okay.
right? His
Yeah.
nationality. So when it comes to us, well, you can't say American. That's a nationality because once you get citizenship here, you are American. Anybody Mexican, Puerto Rican, Nigerian, if you get citizenship here, you are an American going forward. So
Mhm.
Haitians' ethnicity is Haitian and their nationality. Igbo is their ethnicity and their nationality is Nigerian, and their race is black, right? And their citizenship is American, assuming they have it. So all those
Mhm.
boxes answer. Those boxes are checked. Our race is
Right.
black in
Right.
America. What is our ethnicity? Because a race is just your classification. So that Haitian person, his race is black in America, but he say, "Hey, I'm not just a racially black person. I'm Haitian. I have a Haitian flag, Haitian culture, Haitian country." So what would be our marker that separates us, like the Haitian man can separate himself? What would be like a an Irish man come to America? His race is white, right? But his ethnicity is Irish. So the Irish part separates him from the race. So he's racialized as white, but his ethnicity, his nationality separates him from that racial category. Just like the
Right.
Haitian man.
Nations
So
nations
we're racially
support all
black in
race. I
America.
mean,
We're racially black in America. What is our ethnicity that separates us from the Irish man, the Haitian man, the Puerto Rican man? What is our ethnicity in this country?
indigenous Americans, that bloodline, or
Huh?
what are you saying?
I
African
can't hear
or
you.
indigenous American?
America's a
African or
nationality.
indigenous? No,
No,
I
no.
said African.
African is a
Uh,
continental label. That's not ethnicity. You got 54
all
countries in
right. Well, I'm
Africa.
not sure. I'm not sure. Explain it to me.
Okay, right. That's the point. Our government stripped us of an ethnicity. We're the only people on earth without an ethnicity.
Okay.
We're in the racial box as limbo people. We're just nobody. They successfully gentrified us ethnically.
Mhm.
Everybody has an
Mhm.
ethnicity in a racial classification. Asians is a racial classification. You have Indians,
Yeah.
Filipinos, Japanese. Those people got ethnicities, nationalities. We're the only people that's part of a race without an ethnicity.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we were
Yeah. Okay.
successfully gentrified. We don't know that. Not gentrified,
Oh yeah.
genocided.
Genocide.
Genocide, not
Yeah.
gentrified. We were successful. But I'm saying, you say, oh yeah, but you didn't know that till just now because I asked you ethnicity. You're like, I don't know.
Well,
That's
I asked
bad.
you
That
years
means it
ago.
was taken from us and it was deleted. That
Well,
is
no,
what
no.
Tariq and Yvette was talking about. See how you shall we just could talk civilly and now it's made clear. It's like, yo,
Uh,
they wiped away our ethnicity
yeah.
the same way they
Yeah.
wiped away the indigenous people ethnicity and called them Negro.
Yeah.
Right under our nose, our ethnicity was gone. So Yvette Carter in 2016 with Tone Talks and Dr. Sandy Darity had like, yo, we ain't got an ethnicity. And they attempted to say Adolf. Dr. Clark Anderson said Native Black Americans, and Tariq Nasheed said FBA. And then Friedman, then Salon, and then now I'm saying Blacks, Blax. Right. But
Yeah.
all of that is all those delineating terms is us acknowledging our ethnicity was stripped away right under our feet.
Mhm.
This is
Mhm.
why we don't get
Mhm.
justice because remember, without ethnicity, who are we giving justice to? Who are you?
Right. Right.
What is your ethnicity? Yeah. Who are you? Who are we giving this justice to? If it's Haitians, it's Haitian people. If it's Irish, it's Irish people. If it's Germans, it's to the Germans. Right? Who are we that they're giving this justice to collectively?
Right. They stripped us of all
like
culture, word. I mean, you know, our language, all of that. You know, so that the only thing we're left with is defining ourselves with these modern European terms because that's all we know. Most of us can't speak two languages.
No, you missed what I'm saying. I'm not dealing with speaking a language. I just said justice. I said for any tangibles, resources, housing, anything. You just said white T people, white T women were taking advantage of the civil rights amenities or the things that was there left behind, the set asides. You said, but yeah, because they have an ethnicity. Okay, it wasn't stripped from them. The reason why we're not getting anything, my guy, is because we're literally wiped off the paper like the indigenous people. You just couldn't name our ethnicity, my guy. That means it was wiped off the paper.
Yeah.
That's called genocide. That's called paper genocide. You're no longer on the paper as an ethnic group like the indigenous people. Is that registering now?
Well, yeah, because it goes right along with what I was saying when they just keep reclassifying us, and it goes all the way back to Carl Linnaeus, the one who first classified.
Hey, bro, you're not speaking to what I'm saying. You're speaking away from it. You're saying classification. A classification not identified. I'm sorry. A classification is not an identity. Look, you said taxonomy. That's a classification. That's not identity.
Okay.
Identity is a lion. Classification is grouping up all cats or all animals, land animals. But when you call it something to separate it from the other land animals, that's an identity. The lion is different from the turtle or the horse or the mosquito. These are identities that separate each other from each other. But if you just call it a classification, you group them all together. What I'm saying that we were together, we were grouped together without a distinguishing identity. You're not speaking to that. You're speaking away from it. You keep saying classification. I'm saying identity. These are two different words.
Okay. Yeah.
Negro is a classification, but the actual tribal indigenous people, that's an identity. Calling people a thug, that's a classification. That's not an identity.
Okay.
Calling somebody monkeys, that's a classification. It's not identity. An identity is who you are that's unique to you and separate from everybody else. That was stripping away from us. You couldn't even name our ethnicity. And you, not just you, nobody can, because we didn't have one until about 10 years ago. And those not even yet nationally recognized like that.
Yeah.
So, bro, you're living and breathing in America as a genocided individual. Paper genocide individual.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And, you know, I mean, for the longest, you know, well, anyway, you know, we know what three-fifths and all that. We know the lingo, but, and then we also know, you know, like I said, I understand what you're saying, you know, systemic oppression.
Yeah, but what else would there be able to, okay, what else would there be to talk about? What's more important than, okay, you just said we have the right to use words to empower ourselves. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's registering, bro. If our identity is snatched from us, where you couldn't even name it, what is more important than establishing identity? To tell the world, I am here. I'm not invisible. Right now, we're invisible. On paper, we're invisible. We're deleted. We're invisible on paper, my guy. We don't exist on paper. They got us as a race only. Black race, African American race. That race classifies other people from other countries, other continents. So we're erased on paper. Nothing separates us from a Haitian, Nigerian, Jamaican, Irishman, Brazilian, Cuban. We don't have an identity. We're erased on paper. You couldn't even name the ethnicity.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, what is more important to talk about than that? That's why Tariq Nasheed, Vet Carter, all they talk about is identity. There's nothing more than to talk, nothing more important than to talk about who you are today. That's what Malcolm X was doing in his time. He did. Frederick Douglass, that's crazy. Booker T. Washington, we're doing it too. Ain't that crazy? They all did that. Every Black American in their height and their greatness had to argue who they were on earth in this country and in this country. And we're doing it right now in 2026, and we're acting like there's something more important to talk about than establishing your identity, saying, I am not invisible. I'm a somebody. I'm here. Look at me. I'm in front of you. I'm not invisible. This ain't Gold's dad. This ain't my man Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, that's why I said, I'm proud of Tariq and y'all trying to, like I said, we want to take over the ownership of what we are called, and and I understand that completely, and that's why I said I understand where y'all coming from, and that's why I don't have no problem.
No, but that's where you should be coming from, bro. That's
well,
where
I have
everybody.
been. I have been.
No. Stop. Have been. It's still going. You don't have identity.
Yeah,
you couldn't name it.
I'm still going, brother.
Bro, listen. You're speaking past tense. You say I have. That's past tense. You say I have been. Been is past tense. Dude, the goal ain't accomplished. Now, this is what happens when people just talking and not ingesting. I'm saying, bro, as it stands in 2026, what is your ethnicity?
We don't have
July
one.
7. So you don't think? So you think there's something more than establishing identity in your life right now?
Yeah, I do.
Our priorities jacked up. We think there's something more important in life than telling the world we exist. That's why we got to run around saying Black Lives Matter, because nobody can see us to believe we matter. We don't exist on paper. They're like, who are you? What you mean Black Lives Matter? Who are you? But we think, oh, I ain't got identity. So what? I'm gonna argue this and that. They're like, what? Your identity is the most important thing. That's the first thing Booker. Well, you didn't read it, but people who read Up from Slavery from Booker T. Washington, the first thing they did was establish their identity right off the plantation. You know what the Nation of Islam did? That's the first thing they did was establish identity.
Okay.
That's what those meetings was about in Philly that Rob Bowen was talking about with Martin Robinson Delaney. They were trying to establish identity. We always had a problem with identity. It's always been stripped from us or denied to us or ignored. So in 2026, July 7th, I asked you, what's your ethnicity? Our ethnicity. You couldn't name it because we have the same problem as everybody else. And we think there's something more important than establishing an identity. That's crazy. And that's why that's usually all Yvette Carnell, Tariq Nasheed talks about, because it's that important. We're being violated. You're watching the news. We're being disrespected, and nobody's coming to save us because we're nobody to them. We don't exist. But we just ignore that and talk about something else. That's like, wow. I'm like, what is more important than establishing identity? Every Black American, when they felt like they had no identity, they felt like that was the most important thing. Dr. King said, I'm Black and beautiful. He understood identity as well. He understood there's nothing more important than establishing identity. That's why he made the speech. That's why James Brown made the song. That's why Richard Wright made the chant, Black Power. But somehow we don't speak to that. We speak around it. And it's like,
no,
are we
I think it's very
afraid?
important. I think it's very important, but it's not the most important thing on my menu here in America.
So,
that's not,
So can you list off some things that's more important than establishing your identity on Earth and in this country for respect and laws without an identity, there's no rights there's no rights you have that a white man is bound to respect. So you tell me, what is more important than your rights?
My soul.
Hmm?
In my soul.
Okay. So your soul, what is that?
It's a religious belief that I believe.
Hmm?
In my religious belief, Christianity, I'm trying to save my soul. And
Wait, from what?
everybody else
Wait, you're trying to save
can,
you're trying to save wait, hold on. You said something. I'm responding. You're trying to
Yeah.
save yourself. You're trying to save your soul from what?
From hell.
Who?
Hell.
Okay, and that's after you die, right?
Yeah. But it would be it wouldn't be until Jesus came back, because
I can't hear you.
in I said it wouldn't be until Jesus came back that I would go to hell.
Wait, you breaking up? No, I'm saying like wouldn't hell be an option only after death?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you don't think it's more important to establish yourself while you're living on Earth than a hypothetical death that may come 40 years from now, whatever age, right? So you don't think it's important to live a productive, respectful life on Earth. You think it's your life on Earth is irrelevant. It's all about. I mean, I don't. If that's your belief, it's your belief. I'm not going to say it's wrong, but I'm saying the way you're responding to me now, you're saying you're all about focusing on your afterlife experience rather than your life experience.
Yes. Because life on earth is just a drop in the bucket. Eternity is forever.
Say that again?
Life on earth is just a drop in the bucket. Eternity is forever.
Okay, so hold on. So the civil rights movement was a drop in the bucket. The Civil War part that we took in that to free ourselves from slavery, that was a drop in the bucket. So all of our accomplishments in America were like really irrelevant, insignificant, because it's all about saving your soul from hell. So all of our black accomplishments on this earth were just a drop in the bucket, right? They weren't that important.
You're putting words in my mouth. I said a person's life, an individual life, my life, let's just say, my life is just a drop in the bucket. 75 years.
But
if I get that long, it's just a drop in the bucket. Eternity is forever, brother.
Yeah, I got it. But right now, what country you live in?
Virginia.
You live in America, right?
Yeah.
Yes, no. Do you live in America?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you believe America is a racist country?
Yes. I've proved it many times.
Do you believe in fighting against racism?
Yes, I've taught a lot of this community about scientific racism. I taught a lot in this community.
I'm just asking a question. That's what I'm asking you. You're rambling. Do you believe in fighting against racism?
Yes, I have been ever since I met you.
No, I'm asking right now, not what you have been. That's past tense. At 2026, July 7th, going forward.
I'm still doing it today, unbiased.
Okay, but I'm just asking you a question. Nobody knows who you are. I'm just asking you a question. Do you believe that that's a worthy fight?
Yes. Thank you.
Huh?
And I've always tried to enlighten my people and bring them to the truth.
I'm just asking you a yes or no question, my guy, and you're rambling.
Yes.
Okay. So now you prioritize. That's number 2. So you're trying to save yourself. You're trying to save your soul from hell. That's number 1 in your life, and that's something that's a belief. There's no factual evidence to hell. That's a belief that you never. There's no experience of that. There's no test. There's no insight where you can see what it's about. But you see what racism is about. You see it's a harsh life for people of our lineage, and you're saying that fighting against racism is what, number 2, number 3 in your life? What number is that?
Well, it's up there. I'm not sure exactly what number it is, but you say that we can't see.
Hey, bro, you're mumbling. Okay, can you speak up? We can't hear you. Can you speak up?
I'm talking right directly into the phone. It's not my phone because I'm on the landline, brother.
I'm saying how it's coming out. It's coming out muffled. That's all. I'm saying it's coming out muffled.
Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad.
Okay.
But hold on. Let me say this.
So the question is this. Wait, before you do that, because people is at all right now, right? So you want to say things, but they're like, yo, what's going on with this guy? People thinking
I
funny
really
things
don't
about
care
you.
what they think.
Okay,
You know,
I
the
got
truth
you. I
doesn't
got you. I
have to be
got you. I got you.
validated
I
to
got you.
ignorance. Just because y'all don't know, don't make it any less true.
Hey, bro. So you prioritize fighting against systemic racism number 2 in your life. Hell is first number, and that is number 2.
It might be number 3.
Okay. So wow. So you don't think? All right. Yeah. So you I mean, no wonder. Like, yeah, you're not really a help. You're not a service to us because we Dr. King, Malcolm X, all the great people we name, everybody prioritize that number 1. So for
Okay.
you to even say it's number 3, it's like you're like in our way, really. It's like,
Oh,
dude, get
you
out the
think
way.
you think Martin Luther King put racism over his religion, unbiased? Really?
Huh?
That's a bad example right there, brother.
You
I
said
doubt
that.
very seriously. No, you just said Dr. Martin Luther King put racism over his religion.
Everybody
That's a
did. He
damn
didn't preach.
lie.
Wait. Okay.
That's
Wait.
a damn lie.
I gotta mute you because you're chimping out. Okay. You're chimping out now. I didn't mute you, but you're chimping out. Dr. King didn't preach Christianity, my guy, to the nation. He didn't preach Christianity to the world, my guy. He preached against racism to the world and to the country. He didn't preach his religion. He didn't preach his Alabama church there. He didn't say, come to my church. He was fighting against segregation. We read that earlier. We didn't reach it. But when we read about Dr. Vernon and Dr. King, we read about the church. That was it. We didn't read about Dr. King promoting his religion. We read about him promoting civil rights and respect and national and global respect. So he prioritized his the fight against racism over his religion, my guy.
I would say he prioritized the truth over the lies that we were
That's all right.
told.
That's all the question I had for you. You go ahead.
No, I said I would say that he, prioritized truth over the lies that we're being told, but I don't think he prioritized that over his religion. But I could be wrong. But you say that there's no truth in hell. Did you hear me, brother?
I said hell is a belief. I said there's no. That's what I said. The words I used was there's no insight. There's nothing you can show. You can prove to us beyond a shadow of a doubt where we can look into the existence of hell and confirm that it's true without beyond a shadow of a doubt. Is there any evidence you can show us that hell exists beyond a shadow of a doubt right now? Is there a truth that you can do? A proof?
It might be. You might not like it.
Hey, bro, all I'm asking you is beyond. Hey, bro, you know what beyond a shadow of a doubt is? That means if I show you a picture of me drinking out of a water fountain, there's no doubt in your mind I'm drinking out of a water fountain. You see me doing it. If I'm walking a dog, you see me. There's no doubt. So it's not about me. You not liking it.
I have no Polaroids of hell or the devil, man. No, I don't.
Okay, right. So that's why I said it's a belief. It's not an absolute truth. If you see me drinking out of a water fountain, and I said I was, that is the absolute truth. I'm drinking out of a water fountain. There were signs that said black only, whites only. That's an absolute truth. That's beyond a shadow of a doubt. That existed.
Yeah. Yeah, my what I was going to say is a little off, but the way I see it out here today is you got people selling their souls on the daily as they tell us not to believe in God. Like I said,
this ain't the religious hour. My guy.
I know. I'm just saying. You got all these secret societies. You got the Illuminati. You got all this.
Bro, listen. Dude, this ain't Sunday church, my guy. If you want to preach religion, that's your right, but this is not a religious channel.
But you're questioning where I place my religion and my,
right, as yours to promote in your privacy, but you don't have the right to go to other people's personal spaces and preach your personal religion. if they're telling
Well,
you
I'm
that this
sorry, y'all.
space
I'm
ain't for
sorry.
that. Because we have Muslims, we have all type of people here. Everybody's not one religion. People think Islam is the way. People think Catholicism the way. So that's why there's no space for that. This is a space about activism that you don't got to wait until you die to experience. We're trying to end something today. We're not trying to end something 1,000 years from now. Okay, like you said, you're trying to save your singular soul. You're different from us. We're trying to save the plural souls, not just
No.
ourselves. Dr. King wasn't selfish. He was about saving the souls of many, and everybody we can name was about saving the souls of many. That's how most Black Americans think. Even the free Blacks that was free from slavery before Emancipation Proclamation, before Juneteenth, they still came back to free other souls, even though they were free. They still kept trying to figure out a way to free other souls. So the whole save my soul ideology, that's not even a lineage ideology. We were always for the collective. It was never about our own personal soul. It was always about our souls collectively. So that singular thought that you expressed earlier, that's not even like something rooted in our history.
Okay. Well, you asked me, did I prioritize, renaming ourselves over everything else? And I said no. I said saving my soul. Now, as far as me saving other souls, like I've tried to do that also. But you just asked me what I prioritize over top of renaming ourselves here in America. That was the question. You put words in my mouth.
I just quoted you.
Yeah, because you quoted me saying saving my soul, and then you made
right. So
like
that's not putting words in your mouth. That's quoting you.
Yeah, then I prioritize that over renaming ourselves here in America, guy.
All right, let me be clear. I was quoting what you said. I didn't put nothing in your mouth. Pause.
Right. Nah. But no, I mean, like you say, unbiased, and you've heard me say it. I didn't say genocide, but, when we brought up the Holocaust, I said, what about our Holocaust? I called it a Holocaust. So, I said that to you years ago when we was having a conversation. So, I feel that way too. And the redlining and the white flight and urban renewal, the disinvestment, subprime lending, foreclosure, land ownership made blacks targets of violence and murder, developers and lawyers, all this, and then gentrification that's going on today.
The language. We're on TikTok as well. The language.
I said all. I didn't say nothing.
Bro,
I said all
you
this.
just said red rum spelled backwards, my guy.
No, I said redlining. Developers.
You said MURDER, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm not. I haven't been presenting for a while, so it's, I'm kind of off my game. I'm sorry. But
I'm just saying. I'm letting you know, like those words are prohibited on the internet. They want you to like pretend that there's like 4-year-olds in the audience. Like, how would you speak? How would you relay your message if people had their 4-year-olds in the audience?
Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just an old head out here trying to pass around some truths. And like I said, Unbiased was the one who gave me my first opportunity. And he knows how I feel about y'all. I love y'all. I just hate to lie. It doesn't matter who's presenting it. It could be my best friend. It could be my brother. It could be the Pope. I don't care who it is. I hate to lie. I love my people.
HATE,
I just hate to lie.
The lie. Remember, you don't want a 4-year-old to say that word.
Okay.
So you dislike the lie. Yeah, you despise the lie.
I despise the lie, y'all. I love all of y'all. I just despise the lie. That's all. And I'm gonna go ahead and get off here real quick. I got a couple of things I got to do. I appreciate you letting me come up Unbiased. And appreciate the teaching again today.
Yeah. I'm gonna say the wicked flee, but no man pursueth. That's something Captain Zarek would say.
Oh no, I'm not fleeing. I mean, like I said, I don't have no problems with what you're doing and what you're saying, brother.
I'm joking.
Yeah, well, your humor's dry. Your humor is dry.
I'm just joking.
But no, peace and love, everybody. Keep your
All right,
head
man.
high and your
Thank
grass
you for
low.
coming up, man. I'm gonna definitely make sure. I think our exchange was pretty good. It was educational. I'm gonna make this a clip into itself and re-upload it.
All
So
right.
get ready.
Okay. All right. All right. If you need me to, come around, I'm here. You know where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? I ain't doing nothing. I left JJ alone because he's over there trying to steal all my information.
Yeah. Plus, oh, you want to talk? You want to talk about chimping out? JJ is like the epitome. Yeah, he's a chimping out king. Why chip out more than JJ?
He be shooting himself in his own foot sometimes, because like you say, he does. He just goes off, I mean, when I go off, I'm going off because people are lying, and I'm I'm trying to get the truth out there. But he just wants. I don't know. JJ wants to be Mr. Everything.
Yeah,
He try to
like
come to your
nobody
show
knows
and
what
tell
he
you how
wants
to.
because he's so unpredictable.
Yeah.
Unpredictable. How that song go? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
unpredictable.
Yeah,
All right,
he
man. Well, go
sure
do your
is.
thing, man. I'm gonna break down the word Blax, Blax, because I have Blax with an X versus
Mm-hmm.
Blacks with the CKS.
Is that your
Okay.
creation?
Hey, so you have it all too early.
Okay. All right. All right.
See, I'm gonna introduce you to a new word, and it's funny because it's actually a new word. So the new word I'm gonna introduce you
That's
to
why I said,
is
y'all,
called.
Unbiased is trying to become a linguist. He needs to call Wu Jawu back so I can beat him up again some more. But yeah, call Wu
Look,
Jawu back over here.
look, the new word, bro. Everybody know what I'm doing, bro. I got videos with 10K, 7K, 13K views. People
Oh
know I'm
yeah.
okay. Now listen, neologism, right? Neologism literally means a new word. That's why I say I got a new word for you. That means new word. Neologism. That means a new word. That means you made up a new word where there's no definition to that word. There's no etymology. There's no Webster. There's no Oxford definition. It's literally made up on the fly. Like ATLian. When Outkast came up with ATLians, there was no set definition of that word. They made it up out of thin air. Okay,
Yeah.
that is that. Go ahead.
Like Blumenbach, Caucasian. He took the word from He took Caucasus Mountains, right?
No.
He took the Cauc
If
from
you're
that
putting
and
it,
added
no, that's not
Asian.
the same. I'm not saying if you're putting together two words, that is not a neologism because they got root words like by themselves. They mean something without the putting together, right?
Yeah.
So for example, like you got exonym. Exonym literally means outsiders naming you, something like that. But those are two Greek words put together. Exos, onym. That is not a neologism. Can't say it. Neologism. That's not that. Because those words got definitions already. One means outside, one means name. A
Yeah, that's the Greek
neologism
way.
is something that you just made up out of nowhere. There's no reason to it. There's no etymology. There's no breakdown. There's no parsing. It's just a word you made up like Italian. And like selfie was a word that was made up that had a
Well, self
definition
is in it though.
only
That's a word.
what we know it today. Okay. So
Yeah. Well, Caucasian would be the same thing.
yeah, you know what? Now, as I'm saying it and thinking about it, you might be right about that. You might be right about that. As I said that, and it's funny, as I said it, I started thinking about that word. I'm like, you know what? That was put together, was never used before, no definition. I'm like, yeah, you know what? That does fall into the classification of a neologism. So you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. I apologize.
And I got another one for you. Those two words, the Greeks, when they put them together, it's called binomial nomenclature. That's using two words to define something like I ain't gonna say the word because I don't want to get you in trouble, but what they call the Neanderthals, the different H words, there's two words, H erectus, that type. That's called binomial nomenclature. Huh?
Right. But the example I got for neologism is on my screen. It's in the title. It's Blax. It's blacks. It
Mm.
homophonically sound like the word blacks, the descriptor word blacks, the plural sense. It sounds like it. And that's the homophone in it, right? I did it on purpose. I wanted
Yeah.
it to sound like another word, so you think about
Well,
that
I did.
word. Because I
Right.
didn't want to drop. I
I
didn't
didn't
want
even
to
want to
drop.
try to do that because I'll mess up.
Right. So I didn't want to drop black altogether because there's so many historical ties and legacies, accomplishments, and struggles with that word. I didn't want it to go away. So even though it's spelled different, it's still homophonically the same. You feel me? So blacks is my coined ethnonym. Ethnos, onym, name, people's name. A complete so you ask what kind of word is this? It sounds like something, but it ain't that, right? So I'm gonna explain the design
Right.
and usage, right? So what I did was I built something that touched several distinct linguistic categories at once. Like you said, this is linguistics. Okay, so uh I came up with it, so I speak about the word. I got the word authority. So you have something called neologism. That's a noun. It means a newly coined word. Okay, that is an
Okay.
umbrella term. Blacks is a neologism. Ethnonym is a noun. It's a name for an ethnic group. That's what I said. Ethnos, people. Onym, name, people name. So you got Han, Yoruba, Ashkenazi, Igbo. These are all ethnonyms. Okay, but that's what black does as well. Black's function is an ethnonym. It's a coined ethnonym. It's a new word though. Okay, so the coinage, right? Coinage. When we say we coin something, coinage is a noun. This is the act or product of inventing a word. I've coined blacks, Blax. Blacks is my coinage. Endonym, endos onym, right? That's an inside name, a name a group uses for itself.
So
So
yeah.
when we
Okay.
say, hey, whitey people call us so and so, that's not a that's not an endonym. So that don't mean nothing. It's about what means something is what we call ourselves. So endonym is opposed to what you guys always say. Well, the white man classified, y'all give the white man too much power, too much empowerment. So when the white man calls you something or classifies you something, that's called a exonym, exos onym, outside name. A name outside is imposed on you, and they're normally disrespectful. Okay, as you can
Like an
imagine, Negro, let history
exoskeleton.
tell you. Okay,
It's like an
so
exoskeleton on an animal. Exoskeleton is on the outside. Yeah, on the
there you go.
outside.
So check this out. So there you go. That's great. That's right. So now black in this country, no matter how you want to use it, you want to put a foundational there, you want to put an indigenous there, native there. Black in this country is a racial category, right? And it's an exonym. It's something that whitey people came and you name some of the whitey people. These are outsiders coming up with something for us. Okay.
Yeah.
An exonym, black as a racial thing is a label applied to a people by the state and by white America. Now, this people were the government, the OMB in 1977. Before then, your race was Negro. So blacks,
Yeah.
Blax, is an attempt to build an endonym, a name that we chose for ourselves, right? So let me go further. So again, black is a coined endonym, a neologism designating Native Black Americans, Adolf Freedman, FBA, and all the other words to describe the lineage. Is supposed to be a distinct identity from the broader racial classification that we both spoke about. Those classifications that come from our oppressors, right?
Oppressor.
Former
Yeah.
slavers. So there you go. So that's
Yeah.
that. Now look at the sounding, right? So I was reaching for a homophone, right? Homophones are two words that sound alike but are spelled differently and mean different things, right? So you got blacks,
Yeah.
which is the plural version of the singular word black, B-L-A-C-K, and you got blacks, which is B-L-A-X. That's a homophone. They have identical pronunciation, but they are different in spelling and meaning. Okay. Homophonic is the adjective relating to or being a homophone. So the word was designed, the word blacks, B-L-A-X, was designed homophonically, right? That's what I did.
Okay.
It was purposely like that. I did that. So,
Yeah. You know,
so
you had
then
that
you got
problem in
near.
translation too. You had that problem in translation too, unbiased. Sorry about that.
Okay.
But yeah,
Look,
I didn't want you to get past that. You have that same problem in translation. Words that sound like another word in another language, but they don't mean the same thing. You know what I mean? You run into that when people are translating
yeah,
from one language to
that's a
another.
little
Also.
different because a translation. See, a translation, you're attempting to combine. So a translation or interpretation is you're attempting to describe something in another language as close as it represents in another language. So it's the agenda, you're trying to make them the same, but you're limited because it's in a whole different language. But a homophone, they have totally different meanings. You're not trying to make them the same. You just purposely or indirectly, they just happenstance. They just happen to sound the same. Like right, like you're right, and then I say write it down. They both are spelled differently, mean different things, but they sound the same. You write it down, and you're right. Okay, so that's an example of a homophone, right?
Okay.
So but I wanted that play on words because I didn't want to give up black, and I wanted something to keep black in our mouth. Okay. So that was a deliberate attempt right there for blacks. So
Turning that to a
when it's
learning
spoken aloud,
experience.
it triggers no resistance, right? IBM in chat. When I say, "Hey, man, we blacks need to come together," who's going to argue with that if they call themselves BLACK? They're going to agree, even though they don't understand. I'm not even saying the word BLACKS. I'm actually saying BLAX, but they're agreeing with me because they are thinking I'm saying something else. So they are agreeing and they're saying, "Yeah, brother, yeah," until they see it written down. They're like, "Hey, what's this?" then the questions come. So, but that's designed like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to abandon black. I like black, but it's been hijacked. So I wanted to keep the sound because the sound signals that blacks is not a rejection of black identity. So I'm not rejecting black identity. That's why I kept something that sound like it. What I'm doing is refining the black identity. So it carries the heritage forward rather than discarding. I'm not discarding. I'm not coming up with something away from it. Okay.
Right. Oh, okay.
So now the X
I see you
IBM.
over here
Why
putting
did I?
in work, though.
Yeah. You know, this is research. I mean, thank you very much. This is research. So why the X? Why did I put the X there? Well, that is our historical roots. You know, Malcolm X. Okay. So that was also designed. Okay.
I
So
thought that as soon as I seen it. I was like, that's tight. That's tight. Blacks.
I appreciate that. That's right. Yeah. So that the X is there for historical roots. So therefore, nobody that's not without lineage can act like this is for them. The X is something created by Elijah Muhammad, foundation Black American. All right. And the black is something created by, again, Elijah Muhammad and Richard Wright. So Elijah Muhammad had his hands all over this stuff. So I said, let me give some honor to him. Let me put an X in there. You know. So now the X represents a lot of things, right? In the Nation of Islam. There's a reason why Elijah Muhammad said the X, and then Booker T. Watson had another letter. I ain't gonna tell you, I did your own research. But the X Elijah Muhammad said was to replace your white T man last name, because he said your white T man last name represents ownership. So you're not really free with his last name. So he put an X there to represent freedom, right? From your true freedom, true liberation from your slave master. Because he's saying just because you're not on the plantation physically, you might be in Detroit somewhere. He's saying your mind, Dr. Naeem Akbar, he wrote the book Psychological Change, something like that, in your brain. So that's what Elijah Muhammad, and he got that from Elijah Muhammad. That was influence. So he was saying, yeah, you might be in Detroit away from the southern states, but your brains are still in shackles. Your brain is still in shackles. So he said, so get rid of that slave master last name and put an X there. What does the X represent? The X represents the unknown, but be careful, because when we say unknown, it's actually in place of something known. The valuable, the number has yet to be revealed, right? You think of algebra, that X, that letter replaces the unknown number, but the unknown number, after a few calculations, is then revealed. So the unknown is temporary. There's actually a numerical value there, and it's very astronomical when it comes to the X in Blax and the X in Malcolm X. So it's kind of deep there. It is. It's a lot there. So don't think of the X as unknown, invaluable, or insignificant or insufficient. No, it's very sufficient. It's just we're revealing it now.
It's playing to that unknown, unvaluable Blax with the CK and the S. Like you say, it's overriding that and giving that another power over that dead word.
Right. Yeah. I've been hijacked, right, and disrespected, and now it's you can't even use it. Edward Blum will be out there waiting on you to get a bag from you. Right. So you're exactly right. So the X is to up that. It's to up the ante on the word black. We're stepping it up. We're in 2026. Come on, guys. You gotta expect that. Okay,
that's tight. That's tight.
So now look, there's some other wordplay with the word X, because you got Latinx. You ever heard that? You ever seen that spelling before, Latinx?
Yeah.
So Latinx is a real word, and that breaks from Latina. So it's gender neutrality. It's a political stance baked into spelling. So like their community did the whole X thing. Then you got Chicano and whatever X, because because Spanish is like very gender based. Like a lot of old ancient languages are gender based, right? So you got the abuelo, abuela. So the X was kind of like getting away from that gender based language stuff. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But the Blax is something like that. So in the Nation of Islam, the X replaced, like I said, the slave surname. The name imposed by an enslaver. It stood in for the original name that they believed. They had their own, doctrine behind that. But I gave you the gist of it. So like I said, in algebra, X represents the unknown value, the thing you solve for, the thing you look for when you do the math, the calculation, the equation. And here's the key point, right? An unknown is not a small number. X can be 1 or it can be astronomical. So unknown does not equate to insufficient. Unknown does not equate to invaluable. So when we say X represents the unknown, don't automatically chimp out and think it's something bad.
This means the unknown value.
The value,
the value,
the unknown value,
yeah,
simply has not been calculated just yet. You dig? It's there.
Right.
So when it's applied to people, what we are, what we could become, what we did, then it becomes measured, and the value then is discovered, it's revealed. When you look at our history, IBM, all the Black Wall Streets and what the white people did to us to keep us from being greater and being the greatest people on earth, that all reveals the X, the numerical value of the X. You wouldn't do all that to people who were just chimping out, right? Like you're doing this to people who you see the great massive potential, right? And you want to hinder it. So that X has been revealed through our history and the attempts to stop us from being great.
By creating our society, our civilization, placing us in different places, like redlining and all that stuff. And all that. Yep. And the one thing that we got to remember, though, that even though we don't have, what would you say, ethnicity, y'all? The world notices because they want to be just like us. They try to be just like us and culture vulture off everything that we do. So, we're very important.
You're right. But here's the thing, though. We need to make that us a something. So they want to be like us,
Right.
but they don't know what to name it because they don't have a name to take it. So now we're naming it. So there's a bunch of names out there: Freedmen, ADOS, FBA, and whatever you want to think of. But I propose Blax, right? But there's many things out there already that people
Yeah.
are clinging to, and this is just another one in the pot, right? Blax is in the pot
Yeah.
of choices. Choose what you want.
Yeah.
But at
Yeah.
least we got
But it's
options
the
for these
read.
people.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
and we're taking the time to read, or y'all taking the time to redefine, these wicked terms that was given to us, and also enlightening the people on how wicked they really are, and how low they take us on the totem pole. So, like I said, I do got to go, but I appreciate you, man. Like I said,
Yes, sir.
and this is a good idea. I like that, man. That's cool. The Blax thing, I like that, and
I
keep
appreciate
up
that.
the good work. And keep on
All
regurgitating
right,
the
man. I
information
appreciate
that
it,
I
man.
taught you. Hey, do you hear me?
Say that again.
I said keep on regurgitating the information that I taught you, and and I love you, and I love
I
all of
love you
y'all.
too,
Keep
man.
y'all's heads high and y'all's grass low, and stop lying to my people. Peace.
All right, peace, man.
All right, peace.
Yeah, man, this is deep. So I you know what I mean? Like I can't be the researcher I say I am and can't do this. You dig? Come on now. So X can be seen as a placeholder for something real, but obscured, potentially vast, deliberately taken, but it does not represent lacking something, right? So like I said, our X is revealed through our constant resistance, right? So who does the word black speak to? That's what people are listening for. Who is included in the word blacks? Well, this part makes an ethnonym function the way it's supposed to function. Okay, so now blacks, it speaks to people who might identify as Native Black Americans. It speaks to people who might identify as ADOS, American descendants of slavery. It speaks to people who identify themselves as freedmen and descendants of freedmen. It speaks to the specific lineage forged by U.S. chattel slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and the Great Migration. So if your ancestors completely experienced U.S. chattel slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and the Great Migration, most likely you're blacks. Okay, and one key nuance there: if you have to immigrate here, if you have to seek citizenship in this country, you are not blacks. I don't care what else boxes checked for you. I don't care what other boxes checked for you. If you need to seek immigration, citizenship, if you need to contact immigration and you need to establish citizenship through the immigration, right? Or U visa or some asylee, whatever. What they got, a birthright citizenship in 2026. If you got to do all of that, you ain't blacks. Okay. Now, blacks unfortunately do not speak to foreign nationals with African ancestry. It doesn't speak to recent African immigrants and their children. It doesn't speak to Caribbean, Afro-Latin diaspora populations. Okay, sorry. This moves the same as ADOS and FBA, Freedmen, and so on. So this makes disaggregating a lineage group from the racial catch-all Black or African American. All right. So distinction that I keep returning to across many conversations I have with people is race. Okay. Race is imposed, external, and it's catch-all. And it's opposed to ethnicity, which is self-understood, specific, and lineage bound. So blacks with an X is a tool for making that distinction speakable in a single word. All right. And the best thing about blacks is that no one can claim it because I provided the only definition of it. So it's a coined word with a fixed authorial definition and cannot be easily annexed. Annexed. It cannot be easily annexed or diluted as an existing word like black or even African American, both of which have been stretched, co-opted, hijacked to cover everyone of African descent. Okay. That control is a feature. Okay. So if blacks is going to work as a real ethnonym, it needs consistent grammatical behavior, right? So here's a proposed internally consistent paradigm we can standardize on, right? So as a noun, a person, the people, it's going to sound funny. It's going to sound funny, but some getting used to. It's going to sound funny. So blacks works as a noun. You can say, I am a blacks. I am blacks. Right? Now, the racial word, you would just say I'm black. So I purposely want the S sounding after the word black when you're using it in a singular sense because it goes against the grammatical grammar rules with plurality and S is when to add an S to a singular word and pluralize it. Okay. But this word is like sheep. There's no really, it's singular plus plural. It'd be used in both sense. Or like wax. Okay. So I am a blacks or I'm blacks. I like I'm blacks better. So you could say I'm blacks. And that would be in the singular. Okay. So again, that's one that trips the ear. It sounds like the plural blacks with the CKS, which is exactly the curiosity I wanted it to demand. So you could say I am blacks, and then you could say we are blacks. See, it's a plural and singular use to it. Okay. You can say I, the blacks, built this. I, the blacks, am him. We, the blacks, am him. And that is purposely done because when you say we the blacks, or when you say we the blacks, that can almost seem like you're using a racialized term. But if you say he is blacks, she is blacks, that is already delineating and distinguishing who you're talking to because the way you're using it almost like you're using black in the plural sense for a singular person. So when it sounds like you're doing that, it's clear who you're talking to. But if you say she's a black woman or she's a black, okay, if you use that like that, it's clear you're using it in a racial sense. Okay. So blacks works as both singular and plural, like sheep, deer, things like that. So I don't know about blackses. I don't know about blackses. Okay. I don't know if you want to be explicit plural. Okay. I'd rather just use blacks, where it's the same in the singular and plural. It's cleaner, more distinctive, and preserves the homophone trick in every context, right? So now, what about as an adjective? Black's culture, Black's history, Black's institutions, Black voters. And in antiquity, in the past, we can still say Black. We don't got to say Black's Wall Street if you want to. You can say Black Wall Street, Black Reconstruction, Free Blacks. You can use Black, you ain't got to be anachronistic and go back in history and change up no, you can use black the way it was used. You don't got to say I'm blacks and I'm proud. You can do it now going in the future, but you ain't got to change the James Brown song. It is what it is. You could say blacks power when you're representing the Black Power movement led by Richard Wright and Elijah Muhammad. You ain't got to say blacks power unless you want to. Okay. So yeah, so it's parallel to like Jewish culture and Yoruba art. Okay, so now you can even use it in a compound as a compound national identifier. You can say Blacks Americans or Blacks American or American Blacks or, a Blacks person of in America, American Blacks, emphasis flip towards the people, freedmen Blacks, Solan Blacks. You can say foundational Blacks Americans, Solan Blacks. It all works still. The B is still there in the FBA acronym. So you can still hold on to FBA. Just when you say FBA, you say Foundation Black American, just say Foundation Blacks American. And you'll say it so fast, people won't even catch what you actually just did. They won't even catch what you did. Foundation Blacks American. Okay. Now, so it ties the term explicitly to the freedmen lineage. So we got the blacksness, right? You say blackness, blacksness. It's the state quality or condition of being blacks parallel to blackness, right? Jewishness, a useful abstract noun for essays and identity discussions. So we got blacksdom, right? The collective body of blacks people or the domain of blacks life parallel to Christendom, kingdom. It's optional, but it's more poetic. So we got blacksdom, Then we got the capitalization, capitalize black always. So the capital B, I do big B, little b. Yeah, you got to put the respect on the B. It's always capitalized as a proper ethnonym, the way black is now widely capitalized as an ethnic culture identifier for us, and the way Jewish, Han, and Zulu always are. So it's a proper noun. Capitalization itself reinforces that this is a people, not an adjective of convenience. Okay. So now, some of you might say, well, why not just FBA? Why not just ADOS? Why are you doing the most, unbiased Ron? Then I might clap back and say, well, those are acronyms. And I deliberately reject acronyms as ethonyms because no serious ethnic group calls itself by initials in daily life. That's a fact. When you research this stuff, you realize those are okay. So you can keep ADOS, keep FBA for now. Those are delineating terms, but going forward, like forever, no, those won't be your ethnonym, right? Because nobody has initials as an ethnonym. You have a real name. Haitian, Ghanaian, Canadian. You feel me? No acronyms in your real name. So Blax is a word, not a set of letters. It can be spoken, inflected, and lived like Yoruba or Han, which is what a true ethnonym has to do. You heard that? That's what a true ethnonym has to do. Cannot be an acronym. So when I spoke about Latinx, that was largely coined for a population by institutions and academics, and many in that population rejected it as imposed, as you can imagine. People don't like new stuff. But Blax is the opposite of what Latinx was. Blax is an endonym, authored from the inside the lineage, not institutions and academics. And it's for the lineage by someone of the lineage, not outside people who come up with stuff. The X here isn't about gender neutrality. Nope. It carries NOIN, NOI, heritage, and the mathematics of unknown but vast value. Okay. So so now we all know this part. Naming a specific ethnicity doesn't erase racial solidarity any more than Yoruba erases African or Ashkenazi erases Jewish. We know the gaslight. Okay, race and ethnicity are different axes. Blax lets a lineage group name itself without anyone giving up cross if you want your cross diaspora solidarity, where it genuinely exists. Okay, specificity and solidarity aren't opposites. You can still be your pro Black African, which I call yourself Pan-African. You still could be all that while you're Blacks. That don't erase that. You can still be a Christian, atheist, and whatever else you want to do with your life. Okay? It doesn't contradict that. So the spelling is doing 4 layers of documented work. Homophonic continuity with Black, orthographic distinction, NOI lineage of the X, and the mathematical unknown. A gimmick is empty. This is load bearing. Okay? So, Blacks, pronounced as Blacks. Noun, also adjective. The noun definition, a member of the ethnic group descended from those enslaved in the United States and the freemen of American slavery, a native Black American, ADOS, freedmen lineage, FBA, Solon, however you want it. People who were once identified as African American, as Black American, all that counts without the racialized version of African American and Black. Okay, and then number 2, that was the noun definition. So as in the plural sense, Blacks is an invariant. So number 2, it acts as an adjective, which is of or relating to this people, our history, culture, or institutions. Blacks history, Blacks voters. Okay, so now it is very distinct from the racial category Black, which functions as a catch-all across all people of African descent, regardless of lineage, and from recent African, Caribbean, or Afro-Latin diaspora populations, except by their own self-identification. And the etymology of Blacks will be a coined ethnonym, homophonic with English Blacks, retaining phonetic continuity with Black while distinguishing itself orthographically. The terminal X carries a threefold sense in Islam use of X for the stolen, unrecoverable ancestral surname, the algebraic unknown, a value not small but calculated, potentially vast, and the severed genealogical origin of a people whose lineage was deliberately obscured rather than absent. So related forms will be Blacksness, noun, the condition of being Blacks, Blacks American, adjective. Okay? So Black is, in the end, a single four-letter word carrying a race versus ethnicity argument, a heritage lineage, a mathematical claim about unrealized value, and a self-naming act, all of which fire the moment someone asks, why it isn't spelled the way it sounds. There you go. So that's what Black is. It did. And who is surprised that I would come up with something like that? Who's surprised at all the research and things that I do? Who is surprised that I would be that detailed, that meticulous, that get my flowers. No, I'm joking. All right. So that's what Black is. You can clip this video, upload it, whatever you want to do. Any questions, you can always click the link. What's today's date? And if you're on TikTok, you can always invite yourself up. TikTok got me on this restriction thing. I'm shadow banned on YouTube. I'm restricted on TikTok. Yo, folks don't want this message to go out for nothing. Conscious, conscious. I gotta fix my glasses. Conscious, Ron, you're too smart. Appreciate that. Salam Blacks. There's a Pan-African lady that has a channel called Blaxit. Interesting. Godfrey is live. Oh yeah. I already fried. Oh yeah, I gotta call in Godfrey. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if it's gonna be tonight. I just said a mouthful. But I might. I doubt it. I'm a little. I ain't gonna lie. All that reading and going back and forth with indigenous Black man. I'm a little. What they say in Ninja Turtles cartoon, they use the term shell shocked. I'm a little shell shocked. Yo, right now, what I want to do is grab a Pepsi, a cold. I ain't gonna lie. After all that I just did, I see you, Carlos Magnus. What I'm gonna do right now is grab a Pepsi. I see Deep One for Life. These old ninjas, baby boomers are selfish as yeah. I'm telling you, man. Yo, IBM, he shocked me, bro. Chatters, when he said he ain't about saving the lineage first, fighting against systemic racism. He's about saving his personal soul. I ain't gonna lie, man. Tyre Carter, I see you. I ain't gonna lie. That kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Like, wow. Like, I couldn't even believe that came out of his mouth. Did he try to come back and explain it over? I'm like, dude, I don't know if you can explain that over, man. You said exactly what you said. And he tried to make that thing sound better than what it is. Like, I don't know, man. Anyway, family, you know how I do. I'm going to catch y'all sometime 5:30, 6 a.m. in the morning. I think I said a mouthful. Now I got to work on chess. I appreciate all y'all. You know, I think the classes, I don't know when it starts. It might start next week, Friday, Thursday, somewhere late in the week, if that. But for sure, 2 weeks from now. Maybe next week, late next week, or 2 weeks from now, for sure, chess will be starting. I'll be back with the kids, man. I'm gonna have a plate full, man. Oh my God. You talk about busy, you talk about your time, all your time is like being used. It's litty. All right, family. So I appreciate everybody who stayed as long as you can. If you like the breakdown, share. I'm gonna make a I'm going to download this and, crop it and make it something to itself. You feel me? I appreciate y'all. Yeah, but this was, I ain't gonna lie, this was kind of easy. Like, I do so much research now that what would normally take me weeks to like do and uncover 1 or 2 days. Like, I'm getting really good at this research stuff.